Karen Reed was framed.
I'm being charged with second-degree murder now?
The Commonwealth
Did not
has
cause
no
his
case.
death.
They have no collision.
That means that
They are
somebody else-
desperate and are trying to create evidence of specters of collision where the evidence doesn't support
The
it.
first statement of its kind in my dozen years as an Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless.
This is the antithesis of a fair trial.
Stop.
Yes.
And it is becoming evidently clear.
Calling out.
The more desperate the prosecution gets because it can't prove its theory.
Pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car.
Your Honor, at some point,
Yes.
at some point, this has to come to an end.
No ass. Correct?
Yes.
She's fucked.
Yes.
You have been lied to in this courtroom.
It's not possible I saw
If you
that.
agree with me,
Defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all?
Welcome back. Today we have I guess, potpourri of things we got to get to, a whole bunch of stuff. The Karen Reed verdict is in, not guilty of murder. Yay, congratulations, called it, boo 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 boo. She did get one conviction, but we'll get there in like a few seconds. And I meant to get this out earlier, but every single day that's gone by, just more and more insanity has unfolded in the aftermath of this verdict. So today we will be looking at jurors coming forward, shady witnesses coming forward, motions being filed for Brady List, lawyers doing YouTube interviews. Everything was very interesting, and it seems like it's never going to stop. Because even though the criminal court case is officially over, there's now a wrongful death civil court case that Karen Reed will have to endure until exoneration or until they dismiss the case after wasting millions, but whatever. But since we got a lot to get to, let's get to the welcomes and warnings. If you're new here, welcome to the world of long-form rant content where there is no structure or goal. It's just me reacting to whatever I want to react to, and the video is finished when it is finished. I talk a lot, so if you expect this to be a video where someone plays this all the way through, this is not the video for you. I also express no authority or expertise on this channel. These are just my opinions. Take what you take, leave what you leave. But if you leave a like on the way out. That's just good home training. Which, based off the way a lot of these people acted, they needed some home training, and you could tell they didn't get none. Also, I will be repeating clips throughout here, but the intention is that every time you see a repeated clip, the meaning should change a little bit or should clarify and look a little different in this context, and just see how it all is connected, and it's just the this and the that and the baka.
Sometimes I'll start a sentence and I don't even know where it's going. I just hope I find it along the way.
But with all that, let's dive right in.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts have been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Yes. Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you?
Charlie.
No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty of that charge or any lesser included charge?
Lesser included.
Thank you. Specifically number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty.
Boom, and there it is. I don't think I've ever heard that loud of cheering from outside, and these people were like almost 100 or more feet away. I think it was like 100 to 200 feet. So the fact that they are pushed back, and I don't know if that changed up with the verdict or not, but I can at least confirm they are not close to the courthouse, and you still heard them that loud. But it's much deserved, because the thing is, millions and millions of people worldwide are not on this conspiracy highway. It is the fact that it's like, this is just the reality we're seeing, and you're giving us orange juice telling us it's a guilty verdict, and I don't taste it. I don't taste it. This tastes sour. This don't taste right. There's got some chunky pulp in there called Michael Proctor. The expiration date was ignored, so it is impossible to fix this mistake. You poured yourself a cup of shit and then try to get a guilty verdict and send this woman to prison for life. And I don't feel bad about the reputations this ruined, because this was the most unnecessary trial I've ever seen in my life. They spent millions of dollars across 2 trials to get an OUI or DUI conviction. This is officially the most expensive OUI conviction in American history. Can guarantee. And we saw John O'Keefe's brother put his head in his hands after he heard the not guilty verdict. I feel so bad. I have all the empathy in the world for the O'Keefes, but they do have a vendetta, a grudge, and a chip on their shoulder with this woman. They need her to be the killer so bad, because the truth is infinitely worse. The things that they have to question if they do accept the fact that she is not the killer. And I think I saw rumors that John O'Keefe's dad doesn't believe that she's the killer. And I mean, that kind of tracks. He looked miserable from start to finish, because this is not justice. There was never going to be justice for John O'Keefe in this trial, because that is not what they were trying to find. They were trying to pin it on someone to make the death of a cop, the murder of a cop, go away. And it didn't work. And now they're going to say, oh, everyone was swayed because of the media, this and that. One thing I can't stand about that kind of argument, because there's some validity to it in terms of, tainting the jury in theory versus in practice. But whenever I hear these arguments, because Amber Heard made the same claims, Sarah Catherine Boone Paulson made the same exact claims of it was so oversaturated, so over dramatized that everyone was influenced and that it was impossible to get a fair trial. The thing with that is, if the jurors did decide to do research and look at other things, they would be able to see your side too. If your facts were persuasive and they did break all of their oaths and lied to the court every day that they did not research, did not look into things, and based off of that logic, they should have seen your side too. If your facts were persuasive, then that should have impacted all the more. So it's always this, I can't believe they saw the video of me killing him. How could they? That's going to taint everyone. And while yes, but also if you were actually innocent like you're claiming, then your side of the facts would be able to disprove some of these things. And we don't have that in these cases. And this is just another one where everyone is looking us dead in our eyes and saying, she did this. Meanwhile, their hands are covered in blood. And we're like, hey, why is there blood on the gloves? And they said, what gloves? This came from Karen Reed's car. I swear that Lexus was the biggest red herring in this whole entire thing. The fact that this whole trial was surrounded around a car crash that never happened. Again, car crashes don't just happen. It's like if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, doesn't make a sound. If a car crash happens and a guy is hit and flies feet away and everyone is in their house that night in this suburb area that is packed with houses on either side and no one hears a sound, did the crash happen? I'm going to say no. And none of the videos caught it. None of the Ring camera footages from everyone in the neighborhood caught it. No? Cool. I just don't like it when people play in my face and tell me to act dumb with them in order for their lies to make sense. It's like, no, Either lie better or tell the truth. But yeah, I can't get stuck on this for too long. Either way, this is what I predicted would happen ever since I found out that the OUI charge was added. And I was wrong. In my last video, I said that I was upset because the prosecution added the OUI charge, and it seemed like they were just trying to get a win, and it was trumped up charges because they knew they weren't going to win anything else. But comes to find out, the defense added the OUI charge as an attempt to give the jury a way out. And that's what I thought it was in the beginning from the prosecution's end. But knowing it's coming from the defense's end, it makes sense, since last trial was a mistrial only on the second count, which was the manslaughter, because that was unclear. And everyone feels guilty about what the family has had to go through. And because this is a horrible situation that does not have resolve, conclusion. So jurors feel like they want to provide justice. And that's why I think they were hung on the first trial, and then this trial, they confirmed the OUI charge because it was a split something. It's like, for the people who think she's guilty of something, here we go, she has some conviction. And the only reason they were able to convict is because she did the interviews, the docuseries. And the prosecution ran her own words where she said she was drinking and operating a motor vehicle that night. That's not actual evidence, but it's her words and testimony that can be considered evidence. If she didn't give those interviews, then they wouldn't have been able to use it. So people like criticized her for that. I honestly didn't have that much of an issue with the interviews because you're balancing the client's wants and needs. And she didn't testify both trials, smart girl, but she is also a very big personality and has a lot that she wants to say. And if you're dealing with that as a lawyer and your client has a lot they need to say, and you don't want it to ruin your case per se, then go ahead and do the interview. Make sure that ideally they should have prepped her a little more to avoid certain answers and responses, but it worked out in the end. And I'm wondering if they did it as like a bait and switch to where that is what the prosecution focused on. They used so much of her words from those interviews and not enough from the actual evidence itself. And that's why this all fell apart. Because at the end of the day, this whole case was tried off of hearsay and word of mouth. The McCabe's and the Alberts told Proctor he didn't go in the house, so they believed him. Proctor told the other officers that he, quote, found this glass, found this plastic, found this, found that. None of this was ever verified. Everyone just told everyone else what they thought happened, and they ran with it and tried to make the evidence fit retroactively, and it was never going to fit. And so then you end up with cases like this, where that whole police department is disgraced. Everyone has their eyes on Massachusetts, and Massachusetts citizens, I'm sure, are hella pissed. But with that, let's now transition into some of the juror reactions to get a feel on their take. Because I've never seen this many jurors come forward, and they all sounded like they took their job very seriously. So I was impressed.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We can. We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay.
Perhaps we could approach sidebar briefly.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot that they did sentencing right then and there. I 100% did not expect that to happen, but I'm glad it did.
Tears from her eyes. You could see her hug her team around her. Just a very emotional moment when that was read.
Let's listen in again to the judge.
Okay.
We ask that she be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation.
Quiet, please.
The 24D program is. Thank you.
Immediately. All rise.
Okay.
And in this stream, it didn't really show Hank Brennan earlier, but Hank Brennan is the one who actually offered, and I might put it in here, in hindsight, future me might, but he's the one who said we should give her 1 year probation. He offered that after all of this. He was trying to send her to jail, to prison, for life. and then he offers her a year of probation. It's kind of like, what are we doing? And Judge Cannoni was upset, kind of. You got a little irksome. She was like, oh, so exactly what everyone else gets for their first one? And then we picked up where Mr. Yannetti said she wants to be treated just like everyone else. Judge Bev, in true fashion, cuts him off one last time and says, you know, I'm happy to do it, so let's just move on. Because this whole thing was a waste of time. All over an OUI conviction. And sorry if I say DUI over OUI, driving under the influence, operating under the influence. It's the same thing in my head, so just go with it. And with that, now we can move on to the jurors' reaction. And we're going to start with the jury foreman's reaction, because he spoke to a news outlet. I think he's only done like one or so, a couple interviews.
We're joined now by the jury foreman in the retrial, also known as juror number 1. And sir, you've asked us and we've agreed to keep your name private for confidentiality reasons. So with that, we say good morning. And can you just explain, take us into this jury room and how the jury came to the conclusion it did?
Collectively together, we looked at all the evidence that we was presented with, and we made our decision off of that. We didn't, at first, some had their own personal opinions on what the case should be or whatever, and was trying to go down like a personal feelings and stuff like that, and we had to stick to what evidence we had in front of us and go with that. So it was more or less just trying to figure out that part. And it took us a couple of days to really get the gears going, but when we did, it was smooth trails after that.
Sir, to that point, the evidence, was there a singular piece of evidence that seemed to move the majority of the jurors in the room, or were there multiple pieces?
It just was, it was the whole case altogether, all the pieces, testimony, witnesses, and it just a lot together. And people had questions. We used the evidence to answer their questions, and we didn't try to go down these rabbit holes where we're just getting lost in what all these other things that was thrown at us in court or whatever, and we just had to lock down and figure it out through the evidence.
Sir, I asked one of your other fellow jurors this question. You know, there's a very fine distinction. In your opinion, is Karen Reed innocent? She didn't do this? Or is it just that the prosecutors did not put on enough evidence to convict?
Karen Reed is innocent, and she didn't do this crime. No one could prove that she did this crime, so I looked at her from day one as an innocent woman that needed to be proven guilty, and I don't think any of that was shown in this process.
Boom, and there it is, because it wasn't. There was not evidence that proved a collision ever occurred or that she did it, yet they're looking you in the eye with all the confidence in the world and telling you all the mountains of evidence points directly to her. No. And I like that she asked the question, because there is a distinction. There's a distinction between not guilty and innocent. I don't even want to say this, but the first case that comes to mind is the Kyle Rittenhouse case. I mean, he killed the people. They are dead. But he did not lose the case that he was tried for. These are two facts. So there's a difference between not guilty and innocence. If you're claiming self-defense, you're still claiming you did it. But the jurors here are saying she is innocent. Not only not guilty, she didn't do it whatsoever. And I like this jury foreman and how he said we were thrown all these curveballs, because they were. They were thrown so many distraction points, but they're looking at the actual evidence and trying to determine, what are we here to do? We are here to see how this man was murdered. They are saying she did it. They have to prove she did it. And I love that he said, I always saw her as innocent, because that's what it's supposed to be. Innocent until proven guilty. Now, on this channel, I'm not even going to pretend like I don't have biases. I do, and because I can. But my biases stem from an overabundance of evidence, as in Sarah Catherine Boone Paulson.
He's escaping. The killer is escaping. Help me.
Filmed herself killing her boyfriend, as in Paul Ferguson.
Hey, be quiet, listen.
What is that? That's the baby mama from hell.
And Shonda Vander Ark filmed themselves killing Timothy. And that's when I make those big, bold assertions, because I'm just anonymous voice on YouTube talking into a laptop. However, when you are in court, when you are a juror, it is your job to see the defendant as innocent until proven guilty. The prosecution has that high standard of, we are not going to take away someone's freedom without certainty, beyond a reasonable doubt. And in Massachusetts, adding the language of to a moral certainty, which is very, very strong language. It's almost saying 100% or nothing, which is not what reasonable doubt means. And that's the difference between doubt and reasonable doubt. It can be as simple as, like, she's saying I wore pink that day, and you're saying I doubt that. I think she wore black. However, the evidence shows all of her outfits are pink or red or orange or whatever, and none of them are black. So even though you have those doubts, it is not a reasonable doubt based off of the evidence that was presented to you. If you found that she had all black wardrobe and one pink outfit, then it is reasonable to doubt that she wore pink on that day. What am I saying? This is the most random example ever, but I think it makes sense. But yes, we want to be sure beyond a reasonable doubt before we take away someone's freedom. And there is nothing but doubt in this case.
I have doubts. I have such doubts.
Sir, to that point, if she didn't do it, who did?
That's not my job.
And
So, I mean, something did happen to Mr. O'Keefe, and it's foul play or whatever you want to say, but there was no evidence to, even through multiple witnesses and testimony by his autopsy and everything, there was still no one said to solid evidence that there was a collision or he got hit by a car.
So you don't think she actually hit him with the...
everybody...
You don't think she hit him with the car at all?
No, go ahead.
You don't think she hit him with the car at all?
No. No, I don't. Not with the evidence that was put in front of me and what we heard over everything. No, I don't.
And we agree, because there is no strong supporting evidence whatsoever that this was a car crash, a car accident. And the meter kept changing as the holes kept getting punched. It's like, well, maybe his arm was like this. Well, maybe he could have been doing this. And it would be one thing if they just had this, he was hit by the car and he fell backwards and this happened, and they didn't nail it down. But no, they said he was hit. She was going 20 plus miles an hour. The taillight shattered completely. He was knocked out of his shoes. So now that we're in trial and all the science doesn't back it up, we can't, backtrack and say, well, maybe it was this, maybe it was that. You are saying that she did this. So I need you to prove it.
Were you aware of just how high profile this case was? There were throngs of people outside in front of the courthouse. I know the jury officers, kept you away from that, but there was a big scream at the end when the verdict was read that was audible in the courtroom. How much did you know about that, and how much, if anything, did that have to do with your process, your deliberations?
I was just going to go with whatever evidence showed us. If it was finding her guilty or finding her not guilty, and we were just going to go with the evidence. And at the end of the day, when I came in on Monday, I established to everyone, I just want everyone to feel like they're heard 100%, their thoughts, their process is being heard also in that process. And everyone felt at the end of the deliberations that everyone felt good about the decision that we all collectively came together with. So
in the end, there is still a mother who lost her son, Officer O'Keefe. What do you think justice would look like for the O'Keefe family?
Someone looking into it further, but looking into it further with the evidence that you already have, and then you finally find a possible person, there's going to be the same complications of all this other stipulations of the evidence and everything else to go along with it. So it's just hard. And to put a mother through that, and a father and a brother and a whole family through that again it's a lot. Even me being there for 8 weeks and 9, and just sitting and watching the videos and seeing the tape and everything, it's a lot to see your loved one go through that. So
yes.
That's a lot for the jurors as well. It's a community service that people, as citizens, are asked to do. And as a foreman in particular, no one gives you a manual and tells you how to deliberate. So thank you for your service. Thank you for being here, Mr. Foreman. We appreciate it.
And I like Savannah Guthrie. I think she always asks a lot of good questions. She used to be an attorney herself, so I think that's probably why. But asks great questions here. Did you know about the media firestorm, and did that affect your decisions? When I hear a lot of stuff like this, I have to filter it through our own experience. If you are an American citizen listening to this, you have a chance of being a jury member one day. So just think of yourself. Would you be so easily swayed by just people out there, this or that? Or would you take your job seriously and try to be as objective as possible? Most people would say they can be objective, especially after the voir dire questioning process. That's the other thing that annoys me when people go after the jurors, is both sides settled on this jury. They asked all the questions they wanted to. Well, not all. They asked many questions, and they fielded out people that they did not want, and they all agreed, this is the jury we want to decide the fate of Karen Read. And then after they decide, then it's the, oh, well, they were so easily influenced and it was bias and no one was really listening, this and that. It's like, no, people take their job seriously and they come to the verdicts they come to. That's why last trial was a mistrial. They took their job seriously, and there were people who were hung up on the manslaughter charge, thus creating a mistrial. And they have their own beliefs and their own personal experiences when analyzing the evidence, and they go in there and they don't just conform to each other. Sometimes they do, but they don't just conform to each other to get things over with. And that's why they always pull the jury afterwards and say, is this your vote? Is this your vote? Is this your vote? Because sometimes there is someone who was or felt pressured at the time. And if they say, actually, no, it's not, then the jury gets sent back in there until they can come out with a unanimous decision. And if they can't, mistrial, hung jury. So it's good to see that these jurors took their job seriously, and that is a consistent pattern we're going to see as we continue on with this. He was asked, what does justice look like for John O'Keefe? He said it looks like looking more into it, and that is another common answer you will hear, that they all want this case to still be looked into. They don't believe that she did it. They do believe this is a murder, and they believe someone's getting away with it. But because so many resources, so much time, effort, money was wasted on this trial, getting justice for John O'Keefe is impossible. Especially with this. Even if you find the culprit, even if it turned out to be Higgins, Albert, McCabe hybrid creature, if you put that hybrid creature on the stand, they can easily just say, well, not them, but their defense can say, hey, y'all thought it was Karen Read and you were wrong. How are you sure that it's this person? You'll never be able to cleanly convict someone of this. You'll have to convict them of something else pretty much. And there are enough crimes in this investigation for people to face serious charges. Lying to the FBI, evidence tampering, lying on the stand. And these are just the people who weren't actively involved. All the actions they did that night showed consciousness of guilt. Moving cars here, Google searches there, phone calls that are butt dials here and there, left and right. And everyone knows that if they were investigating a group of civilians who did these exact same actions, every red flag imaginable, all the red lights lighting up in their brains saying, we need to question and tear this house apart. But they didn't do that. So, moving on.
Jason, the jury found Karen Reed not guilty on murder and manslaughter. Was it because they had reasonable doubt or because they thought she was innocent?
So I think for the jurors, there's a mix of some people think that she was definitely innocent, and the other people, there was a lot of reasonable doubt, at least to where we didn't want to convict her.
That's really interesting. So could you give me a breakdown there? Roughly what percentage of the jury felt she was innocent?
I mean, I can only speak for myself. I think that she was innocent. It's hard to tell exactly what people think deep down. There was a lot of things thrown at us, of evidence. So it's hard to tell what truly.
So you say in your head she was innocent. Does that mean you think she was framed by people inside that house?
It doesn't necessarily mean that. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to John. Really, I was only presented a limited scope of what happened at the night, and I could only base my opinion off of the evidence that was shown in the courtroom. So I don't really know if there was a cover-up or not. I know that's the big conspiracy about it, but I don't really know. All I know is that there was a lot of holes in the investigation. Whether they were deliberate holes or not deliberate holes, it's kind of hard from me sitting back to know that, what actually happened.
But here's the thing. Even that framing is outrageous. You go through a full 8-week trial and you can't even say definitively whether the conspiracy is a hoax or not. You are in the air. That's normally not really how that goes. And that's another consistent thing you hear of no one wants to blame other people, but they're not exonerating them either. I'm not saying that they had purposeful holes in there, but their holes were there. I'm not saying that they were purposefully being shady, but these actions are shady. Car. This is a solo. Okay? But that speaks volumes to me. The prosecution tried Karen Reed second-degree intentional murder. And after the end of 8 weeks, they're unsure if the actual cops that investigated them are involved or not. When the prosecution and their witnesses look just as guilty as the alleged defendant, actually they look way more, but when both sides can be subjectively seen as being guilty, then why are we here? We know why we're here, so that those other 30 people implicated can just let this all go away. And it's not going to go away. And we're seeing the aftermath of this now. Proctor got fired. I just heard Yuri Buchnick got reassigned. Officer Dever. I feel bad for that girl, but we'll get to her later. But yeah, the fact that you cannot objectively say this investigation and the witnesses are not corrupt is more than enough for me.
So what was the feeling of the jury? Because Alan Jackson and the other lawyers raised the issue that she was framed by cops and that they would have turned that house upside down if they really wanted to do an honest investigation, and that he was not hit by a car. He was attacked in that house, bitten by a dog, and then put outside to frame her. Did people on the jury, or some of them, buy that argument?
I think some of them bought that argument. It's just hard to tell, though, because whether or not we think that there was malicious intent, we were only presented with the facts that they didn't go into the house. So, there's an example of reasonable doubt.
I have doubts.
So, there's other examples of reasonable doubt.
Such doubts.
So even if you want to completely buy into the theory or not, that wasn't what we were tasked with. We were tasked with finding, convicting, or deciding on this person's fate based on the proof and the evidence that the Commonwealth was able to present. And there was a lot of holes in the investigation.
Yet you went many steps beyond that because you say, in your view, she was innocent. What compels you to think that?
Well, one thing that I think that compels me is we did a lot of review of the tapes, and it seemed to me that the videos that we could see from the car after the alleged incident happened, that when we could see the taillight, it was lit up red where it shouldn't just have been red. So that leaves to me a conclusion of, well, how come it's red in this video after the alleged collision happened, and then it's not, it doesn't have any red pieces where it should be red.
So in other words, you do not believe that SUV made contact with John O'Keefe?
I don't believe that the SUV collided with John O'Keefe.
And that seems to be the consensus amongst all of them. He said it seemed like some of them did buy into the proposition that Karen Read was being framed, but that is not what they were there to do. And which is correct. And I actually think Mr. Yannetti did a better job nailing this down during the first trial, that you are not here to solve this case. You are here to see whether Karen Read is guilty or not, because the case was never truly about John O'Keefe based off of the way that it was handled. And if you have even one juror believing that that proposition could be correct, then it is not guilty. And from what we hear, multiple jurors, if not believed that, at least agreed that the evidence did not reflect what the prosecution was asserting. And he brought up reasonable doubt a lot. And I think that's what they honed in on as a jury, is coming back to reasonable doubt. And Alan Jackson did a great job. Actually, I misspoke. I think David Yannetti, in his opening of the first trial, nailed down reasonable doubt a little stronger. However, Alan Jackson in the closing arguments, I think, really did an amazing job, especially with the little sticky note postcard slide show thing of showing the pile of reasonable doubt and really framing it for them of, here are a million reasons why you should doubt everything. And for him, it was the taillight. Exactly. And I think Sergeant Barrios was absolutely key for this, because he, one, not involved with Canton Police Department, but was another police officer there that day who observed the vehicle being taken in, and at that moment it should have been completely shattered according to the prosecution, and he did not see it shattered. He saw it cracked, but like the juror said, you could also see red flashing light.
This is the afternoon of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Before the vehicle had been seized formally by Trooper Proctor, did you observe anything of note about the rear end of that black SUV?
Yes, I noted in a report that there was damage to the taillight.
By the way, which taillight are we talking about?
The right rear taillight.
Can you describe for the jurors what you noted in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight?
I noted that the report said that there was right rear damage to that taillight.
Have you ever described that damage previously?
I have. There was, it was damaged, the taillight was damaged, but there was a crack missing, but it was not completely damaged.
Do you see what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear taillight.
Of what?
The Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the taillight the day I was there.
Sergeant Barrows, is this the condition of the right rear taillight when you showed up at the Reed household at around 3:15 in the afternoon on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. That taillight is completely smashed out.
If it was destroyed as it was presented to the jurors, then that should not have been possible. And that's the other thing that really screwed them, is it's not that they just planted evidence by taking some plastic pieces of taillight and scattering through the yard or whatever. They completely shattered it, smashed it out completely.
What is different about this taillight as it's photographed here?
That middle section was intact when I was there. Towards that right side where that large chunk is, that's what was missing. So this area was intact. This is what I saw was missing here.
Over the course of how long would you say? How many minutes?
Probably 20 minutes or so.
You actually wrote a report about this, correct?
Correct.
Do you see what's depicted in that still image?
I do.
Does that appear to be a taillight?
Yes.
Does that appear to be brighter red?
Correct.
So it does not even match the speed of collision that they were asserting, and it doesn't match the injuries. It never was going to match, because the goal of this investigation time and time again was to come up with an answer, not to find out what the answer is. And that's the furthest thing that they want to look into. And one thing that always sticks out in my mind is Proctor's group text with his buddies, and one of the buddies says something stinks, and he goes, yes, but there will be serious charges brought on the girl. What does that something stinks mean? Meaning what you're saying doesn't add up, but you're telling us, yeah, I agree that things don't add up, but regardless of that, I'm charging her.
Right.
Honestly.
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
It shows that he's already determined that Brian Albert did absolutely nothing wrong, and 100% this is on Karen Reed.
And if they had honed in on the house, which would have been the natural event to hone in on for any objective investigator, someone was supposed to be at this house and people in this house texted to make sure they were coming over, and I don't go inside the house that he was found dead in front of. There could have been a car crash, even though there's no evidence of it when we initially find his body. But after we find a little few pieces of taillight, we completely divert away from the house and solely focus on this red herring of a car crash. That never happened. And he said they were not presented with evidence of going into the house. Well, I don't think they called Kevin McCabe this trial, but in the first trial when they did call him and they went through the texts and Yannetti read his text that says, tell them, them being the news media, the guy, John O'Keefe, never went inside the house. And Brian Albert said exactly.
You then texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house.
What?
Correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text.
What?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
Ruh-roh.
Tell them the guy never went in the house.
Oh! That's part of the same text.
Wow.
That's part of the same text.
Holy shit. What?
Who was the guy?
What? These are people that are talking about what needs to be told to the police.
Correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
What? Your group text is tell them the guy never went in the house? Sir, this is your group this is your group text.
Do you have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
Fuck, dude, you dirty, dirty motherfucker.
Tell them the guy never went in the house. John O'Keefe.
You're texting this 2 days after he died on your brother-in-law's lawn. The fuck? Do any of you all give a shit about any? No, you don't. No, you don't.
The guy, you mean John O'Keefe, the neighbor that you said that you knew well because your daughter was friends with his niece and yada, 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 all the good stuff. The guy. Have him tell them the guy never went into the house.
I mean, it doesn't really sound great in context. We've got this person sending information to other people about what they should or should not understand. And it sounds like there's an agreement being formed about what certain things are or are not, as opposed to independent recollections. It's not exactly ideal.
They would
And
already
Brian
know to
Albert,
say that.
Was the one to respond, wasn't he?
If that's the
Let me
truth.
switch pages here.
If it's the truth that he never went in the house and everyone agrees that that's the truth, why the need to tell these people that are your brother-in-law, your sister-in-law, and your wife, tell them that the guy never went into the house? I'm sorry. I just what?
You talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
No. Oh, let me smile.
You would agree with me
Yeah, because
that
it's
your
funny.
stories are all straight.
No.
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of.
You didn't think this was going to come up? The prosecutor didn't think this was going to come up? How are we here when this is what's in the text that everybody presumably has? What the fuck have we been doing for...
And Nicole Albert, quote,
3 weeks.
Brian Albert's response was, exactly. Correct?
Exactly.
Yes, that's his response.
All right, we're done here.
We're done here.
All right.
Brian Albert's response was, exactly. Correct?
Boom.
Yes, that's his response.
Dirty.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Bunch of dirty shit bags, you motherfuckers. You fucking murdering pieces of shit.
Brian Albert's response was, exactly.
Oh my
Yes, that's his
God.
response.
All right, we're done here.
We're done here. Well, that's a strong close.
First of all, that. Some code red fuckery is what we've got. We've got some code red fuckery. You know what the fuckeriest fuckery of this is? I don't know this for a fact. This is Emily's speculation. I've not speculated much during this trial at all, but here we fucking go. I have to wonder if this extraction was done by state troopers or by the feds. Who extracted these phones? At what point did this finally become clear that in the midst of everyone being interviewed, someone finally extracted the phones? Because I am now hastened, reticent to believe that it was actually the state troopers and Trooper Proctor that extracted these phones and looked at these text messages. I just have to wonder if this was part of the discovery that came from the feds. I don't know if it is or if it isn't. It's not relevant to the jury if it is or if it isn't. But how do you do anything in this case but question what the fuck?
I have doubts.
And that was a longer tangent than it probably needed to be, but that was an oh shit moment from the first trial that I think we may have forgotten about. That just highlights we should have never gotten here to begin with. And to answer Emily's question, absolutely, you are correct. That did come from the FBI's extraction and not the state troopers' extraction, because they didn't extract anyone's phones. Not anyone who was their friend, not anyone who could have been tangentially involved, not the 10 people in the house or anyone associated with them. This only happened when the feds got involved and said, give me your phone. Oh wait, I'm the first person to ask for that? That's weird, but okay. Let's see what, oh. That's what's on here. Okay, I guess we ethically need to reach out to both sides and say, hey, here are the text messages. Do with it what you will. And the text messages reveal group chats here, group chats there, secret text here, secret text there. All of the shadiness that they never thought would get out. Why? Because they're law enforcement and family of law enforcement. They know how this works. And they know not to turn over their phones for this specific reason. That's why they destroyed them, got rid of them.
Isn't it true that you were, in fact, ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
You traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it, yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September.
You got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Right? And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's correct.
That's what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State Police.
Right. So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
That's suspicious.
I didn't ask you about your rights. And I asked you what you did. Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it.
That's weird.
But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
And you want to know what else is funny?
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone? On September 30th.
I was served an order, yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers?
And I maintained the phone.
Until you didn't. When you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified, yes.
You testified
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Why?
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
Because he didn't want to.
No.
But also, to be fair, this investigation has been so sloppy. Some of this really could just be he didn't really read it.
I'm not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area.
Not that area, meaning?
No.
What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No.
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
No.
Colin Albert's?
No.
Chris Albert's?
No.
Julie Alberts?
Nope.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And can you imagine what would have been found if those two didn't destroy their phones and those phones were also extracted? Could have blown the case wide open. But that's not what they were looking for. They were not looking for answers. They were looking for answers. If that makes sense. They weren't looking for the correct answer. They were looking for something that could stick. But anyway, back to the main point. This is supposed to be their friend that they're calling the guy just days after he was murdered. And I don't know about you, but even my acquaintances that I barely know, if I found out that something bad happened to them, I'm using their name unless I have absolutely no clue who they are whatsoever before the night in question, which is what it seemed like for most of the people in that house. But a few years later, now everyone was his best friend and she was the outsider and evil and this and that. Okay, but now we have to move on because we haven't even finished our second juror.
What was the initial vote with the jury when you first took your vote?
We didn't do an initial straw poll. The judge recommended to us in the courtroom that is not a good way to do it. We broke down, what we did is we broke down each charge and we went from top to bottom and discussed everything thoroughly and, did our best to do right by, the Karen Reed and the Commonwealth.
Was there a division initially?
Yeah, there was a division. But that's what we're there to deliberate and talk about all the evidence. There was 2 months of us sitting there, them throwing all this information at us absorbing the information, going home, thinking about it, reviewing it in our heads, and we get to the deliberations and now we have an opportunity to discuss. Some people went into the deliberations and they were still unsure after two months, and that makes sense because there was a lot of things going on. There's a lot of information. How much can you weigh one thing or another thing over, Yeah.
What about jurors who felt initially she was guilty? Were there any of them?
Yeah, there were a few jurors that think that had thought that initially when they went into the deliberations, that was their standpoint, and that's what we were there to do, to talk through all that and bring up every single piece of evidence. Is there an angle of reasonable doubt?
I have doubts.
To where we're not really sure. Like, are you really sure? Are you 100% or are you 99.9%? If you're that 99%, we can't convict you.
I have such doubts.
What brought the ones who felt she was guilty over to the not guilty side? Was there anything in particular that seemed to resonate with them?
It's hard to tell from my position. You'd have to ask them about it. But in my opinion, I think it was just due to the poor investigation. There's just too many holes. And, it's hard to prove that the collision happened. So if there's reasonable doubts that happened or that there may have been foul play, if there's room for that, then it's hard to come to a guilty verdict.
What happened when the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't, and then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do? What happened there?
So that actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed and it's locked away. It'll never be looked at. But on everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented.
But why did they pull it back?
The pulling the back was for the OUI charge. There was
driving under the influence, essentially, drunk driving.
yes, driving under the influence. We in our deliberations we had decided there was enough evidence and proof that she was driving under the influence. And
Yeah, because there's nothing else to that thought. There was enough evidence that she was driving under the influence. And that's where the interviews came to bite her, because there wasn't strong evidence. The prosecution did not, I mean, in the first trial, they focused way more on it, but the prosecution did not nail down that she was drunk at the time that they needed her to be drunk. But there was enough evidence that she had been drinking and she operated the car. So there you go. And the reason they called it back is because one of them didn't even want to do that. Everyone had agreed to charge the OUI charge. They brought it back just so they can discuss it more, and then they all decided to agree to it, and then it went back the exact same way. So that's just to show how much of a non-issue this was. But whatever. So it sounds like they went through a good, thorough process where they examined all the evidence. However, he did say something not like concerning, but a little, because reasonable doubts, that barrier is not 100%. It's up there, but it is not 100%, which I think is the definition they took with them, which isn't bad. Reasonable doubt is just, would a reasonable person doubt that this person is guilty? Because we all have our opinions, but you might have someone who just said, well, they look guilty, so they're guilty. Well, that's not reasonable in its essence. Reasonable doubt is, would a reasonable person look at that same evidence and have any doubts?
Such doubts.
You saying their appearance looks guilty does not offset the evidence that shows they weren't even at the crime scene. So that is a reasonable doubt. And if this were something that were really close, then it might make a difference. But in this case, there was so much doubt that they probably spent time just not arguing, but discussing what more to add to the doubt and what weight to give this doubt over this other doubt. But it seems like they were respectful to each other overall. And another thing, he says this investigation had a bunch of holes in it. Another juror saying this investigation was flawed. And I wouldn't have too much of an issue with it, because sometimes investigations are just bad. But they got on the stand and they said this was a good investigation. They said this was handled honorably and everything followed all the rules and all the evidence pointed in one direction. We did an amazing job.
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
That is their position. To this day, they have not recanted that they did a poor investigation. Yet every single juror said there was nothing but holes, and they were left with way more questions than were even asked.
So, how did the defense do? How did the lawyers do, in your view? Her lawyers.
For her lawyers specifically, I think they all did. I think that all the lawyers on both sides did a really good job. They presented their case as well.
The police, you say the investigation was poor. The defense said it was more than poor. It was corrupt, and they pointed to the lead detective who had been fired, didn't testify in your trial. Did that have an impact? And did you think it was a corrupt police investigation?
Do I think it was a corrupt police investigation? I don't know. There's no way for me to know. I wasn't there. There was just, there was holes in the case that left for reasonable doubt.
I have doubts.
I think they could have checked some boxes or done some things differently. But do I know that they were corrupt? Absolutely not. I don't know that there was any corruption going on. But do I know that there wasn't enough proof or evidence? secured by the police to convict Karen Reed? Absolutely not. There was not.
Dang, which is wild. After 10 weeks first trial, 8 weeks second trial, almost 20 weeks of trying to litigate this woman twice, and the second jury says, I can't even say that there wasn't corruption. I don't know. What? When have you ever heard that? When have you ever heard a jury come out after the case and say, I don't know if there was corruption in the prosecution or not? And if you have any doubts,
I have such doubts.
that happened, if the investigation was so poor that you can't even look innocent as the police, you should have never taken this to trial to begin with. And stuff like this only confirms or bolsters my belief that I don't care whose career gets ruined by this, because this never had to happen, like at all. You could have done the investigation properly. He flat out says they didn't show me any proof that she did this. They did not convince me whatsoever, one, that her car hit him, two, that she meant to do it if it did happen, and three, that this was second-degree intentional murder. Which then they were trying to just get the manslaughter charge because they were excited in the first trial that was the one they found out was the hung jury of, okay, well, if we can't get them to believe that she intentionally meant to do it, maybe we can just get them to believe that she did it. And he goes, there was holes in the investigations because they were intentional. We saw when Michael Proctor testified the first time, he couldn't even admit or give up a justifiable reason for not investigating anyone else. They asked point blank, did you investigate anyone who had the means, motive, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity
I know the
to
answer.
kill John O'Keefe?
Why is there a pause?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence, pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Alberts and the McCabe's, right?
Yes.
Objection. Exactly right. Objection came too late. He answered. He's basically like, I asked the killers and they said they didn't do it. So I went to her, the woman who wasn't near the body when he actually died. Which is the other wild thing. Let's just talk about proxemics and investigation. This man died on the front lawn, feet away from 10 people, majority of those 10 people being first responders or having very quick access to first responders. Yet you don't investigate any of them? And you investigate the woman that we can prove based off of the Wi-Fi connection and the phone calls that she was at John's home during this whole night? It just doesn't make sense at all. And that's the most annoying part, is because they want us to play dumb. When we know, and he said they got it from the Alberts and the McCabe's, we knew if they were the fat Alberts.
I'll get hooked my knee,
Hey, Russell, you stay here.
I'm telling Mom on you.
They would have tore that house apart. If they were a black or family of color or minority status of any kind, they would have tore that house top to bottom. But as we see constantly, that the McAlberts get endless special treatment, and not just by the police, but everyone in general. Even the snowplow driver, who was the neutral party in all this, who said that he didn't see the body on the lawn when he went up and down the road multiple times. He did see a car in the front lawn his last drive by, and he notices, and he knew it because that was against the rules. And he says that normally he's supposed to call people, and then they try to get in contact with them, or the police will go over and knock on the door and say, hi, can you move your car because it shouldn't be out there. But he said he didn't follow protocol because he knew the Alberts and gave them the benefit of the doubt.
The right onto Fairview. Describe to the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side
roughly in the area of the flagpole in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
How close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Alberts residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident.
Can you imagine if cops had shown up the morning of to find a freaking body in the house? Hey, can you move the vehicle? Is that a body? Yeah, you all are under arrest.
Get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
Which is what everyone has done in this trial. And that's why this was the worst investigation I've ever seen. It was like no investigation. This is back to like the 50s era when all you needed was a wing and a prayer and a judge that believed you. And they had all of it. They had the judge who was basically another prosecutor in this case, which is ironic because she herself was a former defense attorney. I don't know. I don't know what her stakes are in all of this, but she ruined her career as well with her handling of it just because of her biased behavior that was so obvious and so slanted that you can't even pretend to call it something else. She allowed and encouraged all these holes to be presented to the jury, including literally the holes that the criminalist and the prosecution made, but she allowed them to show it.
You see other holes on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt? It appears I see one hole. Let me get a little closer so you can get a better look. I'll direct you to here, 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 here. Do you see more than one hole in the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Yes.
When in
He asked
fact,
if they could.
the Commonwealth well knows
That
from
their
its own
witness did it.
documents, from its own criminal list, that those holes in the back were caused by their criminalist as part of their examination. What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading?
Wow.
This is the antithesis of a fair trial.
My brief review of the lab paperwork and looking at the hoodie, it appears that I made a mistake.
I won't hold her to it because it was a slimy, underhanded move by Brennan and she didn't know about it.
Mr. Brennan did not show Mr. Jackson the back of the hoodie sweatshirt. Didn't.
I noticed that it was over here at the witness stand this morning, so I assumed everyone was aware that something was going to happen with it. Is that not the case, Mr. Jackson?
That is not the case, Your Honor.
Okay.
But it's just to say that everyone against Karen Reed on the prosecution side, witnesses, lawyers, officers, judges, had a one-sided slant and did not view all suspects equally in this case.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Absolutely.
I'll allow it. Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I said before, we followed the facts in the.
You absolutely treated them differently. They offered you gifts, the Alberts. They offered you gifts, and you asked for gifts for your wife.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Oh, what?
Yes.
Courtney Proctor. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. Thank you for what? Thank you for not implicating our family. Thank you for making sure there was no blowback on us, members of law enforcement. Thank you for making sure that it was Karen Reed, no matter what. That's what that sounds like.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Give Elizabeth one what?
A
Referring
gift.
to a gift. For my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
Fucking, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Because I try for these to be more informative and I try to control my potty mouth. But get the F out of here, man. Get out of here with that. Whereas with Karen Reed, you're calling her a C word. There's definitely a difference in treatment here.
Evidence. An open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase,
Liar.
an outsider?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton?
No, not at all.
Not family?
Liar.
Not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, you're such a liar because you talk about her accent and everything.
So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though.
Oh, they've got so much ammunition.
Regardless of the lip service they try to give us now. And then also in this section, he says that, he says, how did Karen Reed's lawyers do? The answer is they ate down. Everybody knows Karen Reed's lawyers tore that courtroom up. Legendary moves only. But to be nice, he says all lawyers did a good job. Cool, that wasn't the question, but you know the question is actually how much better were Karen Reed's lawyers than the prosecution? So he's saying everyone did a great job, which, I mean, this go around, it was better on all sides in terms of the case running from a lawyer perspective, because Lally was a disaster. Although I don't blame Lally. I have my own kind of beliefs about Lally, especially after seeing the second trial. First trial, he didn't seem in it at all. My own personal projections on him, I don't know him at all. I get the feeling that he didn't believe in the case and that he was forced to do it. And so he was just going to give it everything he got.
I'll do the best I can, but when I got,
But it was so low energy. It was so, you can always tell when a lawyer believes in their case by the zealousness of their advocacy. You could tell every one of Reed's lawyers believed her and believed in her. I did not get the sense that Lally believed in his case, nor really believed that Karen Reed was a murderer. There's also a way that you talk about the defendant and to the defendant when you actually think they are guilty. Just look at the Sarah Boone Paulson case.
Excuse me. You're eating my peach.
And the prosecutor flat out points at her, saying, this Gila monster over here is the murderer.
But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the truth does not change. The facts do not change. The videos do not change. And on any version of events that the defendant has given, they all add up to the fact that there is absolutely no doubt that she is guilty of murder.
I have
no
doubts.
Meanwhile, Adam Lally is over here, basically seems like he's reading a script that he was told to memorize.
That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you to do, based on the evidence, and again, as the board has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, and I reiterated that, the facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. And what I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with a car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing death. Thank you very much for your time.
absolutely no feeling behind it. Mr. Cacciatore, you can feel he thinks she is guilty. Mr. Lally, he's just there for the check. And then in this prosecution, they're all trying to duck and dodge and defend the witnesses and prosecution rather than actually framing Karen Reed as a murderer. I mean, they're trying to frame her, but showing that you think she's a murderer as well. But in essence, that's why I think they hired Brennan, because they needed someone to at least fake belief in the case. And he's a defense attorney. Defense attorneys take on cases and clients they don't believe in all the time with zealous advocacy. So Brennan was the perfect choice. Prosecutors have a moral and ethical obligation that you could tell, or I felt like he was fighting against while trying to try this case. Brennan didn't have any of those issues. So he was like, oh, we're in the dirt now? How deep do you want me to dig this hole? And they said, we want you to bury her in all of this legalese and all of this and all of this that. He said, okay, I finally finished digging the hole. The tombstone's going to be here tomorrow. The tombstone arrives. It says, here lies the career of Hank Brennan. He said, was this a typo? They said, hell no, you got to go. But he left with a heavy bag of coin, which we will get to later. I have to move on. What am I doing?
Fair to say that your view was that her SUV did not make contact with O'Keefe, therefore she did not kill him, but you don't know how he died.
I would say that's fair to say. I don't know how John O'Keefe died, and I do not believe that there was a collision between the SUV and John O'Keefe.
Jason, really appreciate the time. I do want to ask one other thing. Did all of the hoopla around the case, the people outside, did it give you comfort in reaching a verdict like this, that you saw there was a community behind your point of view, or was it irrelevant?
Honestly, that made the pressure a lot harder, and it did not give me comfort. It made it a lot harder to block out everything and come to a decision.
Why did it make it harder?
It made it harder because all of the eyes are on us. We were told we're the most important people in the courtroom, and they keep us away from the crowds of people in the front of the courthouse, but we do see them, and I don't think that having all those people swayed me to go either way. We were only tasked with looking at the evidence. We were 12 jurors. We had to back up how we felt in this, for our decision, and we couldn't let any outside factors, her punishment. We couldn't factor any of that. We had to look at the evidence that was presented to us, absorb it, really understand it, and see if there's any reasonable doubt.
I have doubts.
And there was.
Jason, thank you so much for spending some time and breaking this down. Appreciate it.
All right, and that was juror number 2. Well, actually, juror number 4, but our second juror. The next juror we're going to move on to, I like because she actually went in thinking that she was guilty going into the discussions, and then after looking at the evidence, talking it through, that's when she changed her mind. So I like that we have a range of perspectives with this one. But yeah, basically he just asked, again, what they keep asking everyone, did the fanfare of it affect your decision? Did that make you feel better, or did that make it worse? And so far it seems like no one enjoys the publicity of it because it just puts so much pressure on them, and it looks like they didn't feel comforted or happy just because they got it, quote, right in the eyes of the crowds outside. I wish people didn't always assume that jurors are so weak, basically, that they have no other ability than to be swayed and manipulated by everything. You will 100% have a higher chance of swaying the jury in the courtroom than outside of it. So regardless of what's happening outside of it, you are supposed to tell them a clear narrative they can latch onto, so when they get to the deliberation rooms and they're only allowed to see the evidence, there's obviously going to be someone in there that says we can't acknowledge any of this, any of that, and that's what the foreman said. that it looked like they were starting to go down, I guess, rabbit holes, or they were thrown a lot of things to unpack and a lot of distractions. And this jury seemingly put those distractions aside and focused on the evidence, which is the last thing the prosecution actually wanted you to do, despite them telling you to do so. They wanted you to listen to the narrative, look at the evidence from a distance, and then trust them, the cops got it right, and vote their way. Nah. All right, moving on.
Ben, good evening. Unlike the first two jurors that we've heard from who rendered their verdict of not guilty for Karen Read, this one, juror number 12, says during those 20 hours of deliberations, she changed her mind.
I felt like if they didn't pick me, they'd be fools, because I didn't know anything about this case.
Personal trainer Janet Jimenez says before this second trial of Karen Read, one of her clients had mentioned the case, but she says other than that, she'd never heard of it. When she was picked to be juror number 12, she suddenly had a front row seat.
I couldn't help but see her because I was right. I mean, I think I had the best view in the house. She was right there. The defense was right there.
Did you form any impressions of her?
No. Like I said, I knew nothing about her.
Jimenez says she filled a notebook and a half as she listened to witnesses and studied evidence over 8 weeks. She says when it came time for deliberations, she was open to listening to what the other 11 jurors had to say.
I was hoping that my fellow jurors could help me to go through all of this. So I went in with a very open mind, but definitely leaning toward that she was guilty.
Jimenez says what changed her mind is when she went looking for something in the more than 200 pieces of evidence. She won't say what that something was, but says she didn't find it.
And it was one big part that led me closer to there's a lot of doubt here.
I have doubts. Such doubts.
Jimenez says there were holes in the investigation, but she stopped short of saying she believes someone else killed John O'Keefe or that there was a police cover-up.
I'm not there to say the defense's story was right or wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there could have been other circumstances that happened. So I think there was things that we saw, things that we heard, the evidence that could have fit that scenario. So again, that's the whole doubt thing.
I have doubts.
Jimenez says there is one part of the defense story that she did not buy, what that was and what she thought about the crowds outside, coming up tonight at 6. Live in Medfield, David Bieniek, WCVB News Center 5.
And I haven't seen the whole thing. I haven't seen the whole thing of any of these because I'm not paying for any special feature or whatever, and I don't live where these people live. So I just took clips from where I could find online. She seems like a great juror. Like she said, they would be a fool not to choose her because she knew nothing about the case and is open-minded to her being guilty. She said she didn't buy something from the defense. I'm guessing, I have no idea, but I'm going to guess maybe the dog bite. That seems to be the most contentious thing here and there. Even though it makes sense to me, and if the roles were reversed, it would look extremely guilty. Imagine Brian Albert is on trial, he's on the stand, and they're saying, did your dog get in a fight with John O'Keefe? And he'll be like, no. How did he get those injuries on his arm? I don't know, but it wasn't my dog. Okay, then why did you get rid of the dog 4 months later if the dog had nothing to do with it? So that's what is the most guilty for me. Like I always say, the dog, mind-blowing. Because it's such a little thing that says everything to me in terms of consciousness of guilt. It's like that, the destroyed phones, the sold house, the butt dials, the phone calls and the texts that were deleted, that secret meeting they had in the kitchen the morning of the investigation trying to get their whole story straight. I don't think we've ever talked about that meeting, but I'm going to put a pin on that and I'll address it at some point. But she said that she was on the fence of guilty until she went searching for something and could not find it. I have no idea what that could be. I do think it's smart that she's not saying it because she could get ripped apart from it, but keeping it ambiguous means, you know, it's what you thought, your opinion. It could be a million different ways, a million different things. But if she did name it, both sides would be like, well, this is what happened. Oh, you're so dumb for believing that. Or yes, wasn't that scary? But this is what it really meant. But yet again, another juror saying there was holes in this investigation. And again, she can't deny there was a police cover-up or conspiracy. When you have almost every juror coming out and none of them can definitively, firmly state that the conspiracy that all of law enforcement on the prosecution side and nearly 30 people who are associated in some way, shape, or form cannot say definitively that that is a lie. Wild. I don't think I've seen that in any case, like ever, where both sides have been framed as guilty. And they said Karen's innocent. But anyway, moving on to the next juror. I think this is going to be the final juror I look at in this video. I saved her for last because she's my favorite. She's given a bunch of interviews, so I just picked a 10-minute one because she's given longer ones. And she's gotten some backlash for doing so many interviews. I say absolutely, get your money. I hope every single one of these jurors is paid and paid well for their appearances for this interview. Because it's not like they joined the jury to get any fame or notoriety. They didn't know about this. This is what both sides decided. These 12, 18 people, because we had a lot, and they had to sit through the whole thing, and now all of their privacy has been invaded. Might as well make some money off of it if you can. I personally never see an issue with that unless it's exploiting a difficult case in a disgusting way. Like, I think making money off of any cases involving kids is absolutely unacceptable. Or cases like the George Zimmerman trial, where one of those jurors tried to get a book deal until people on Twitter had to shut that down. I'm like, what's the book going to be called? How to Get Away with Murder? What do you, as a juror in that trial, have to say that's of any worth or note? But for this case, that happened twice. Everyone wants to know everything. And I think the first trial, we just had one, maybe two jurors come forward. And I understand it because, and one of the jurors said they felt like they failed because they couldn't come to a decision, mainly because the verdict form was extremely confusing. And I blame Judge Beverly 100% for that. I don't care if it is the Massachusetts standard or not. You understand the complexity of this case, how many variables they are. 10 weeks, how much these lawyers have put in and how much you put in front of them, and then you give them the most confusing verdict form ever. That was so annoying to me.
12 of you inside that jury room agree that Karen Reed was not guilty of murder. Count 1 in that indictment.
Correct.
Did you vote? How was the process that all 12 agreed that she was not guilty of murder? Count 1.
So we all raised our hands in terms of a vote, and we voted on that first count that we all agreed not guilty. Unfortunately, at that time, we did not fill out any of the paperwork there, nor sign it. So we were under the understanding that each charge could not be treated separately. And so we continued to deliberate despite the fact that we had agreed on 2 of the counts as not guilty.
And the second count was count 3. I guess the foreperson is asking for a vote, and everyone raised their hands?
And everybody agreed not guilty for those 2 charges. That's correct.
Which is crucial because it would have prevented the prosecution from retrying her on the first and third counts. But because it was not communicated properly, because if you don't know, the first trial verdict form was 3 pages, a charge on each page. However, only on the first page does it say guilty, not guilty. It doesn't say it on the other 2 pages with the other charges. So they believed, and it's easy for anyone to fall into this trap, that it was all or nothing. They had to be unanimous, as in she is guilty on all 3 charges or not guilty on all 3 charges. They found her not guilty of the first second-degree murder charge and the third leaving the scene of an accident, or like knowingly leaving the scene of an accident. And then we're stuck on the manslaughter one. But even after that juror came forward, and even after multiple jurors came forward, not publicly, but more anonymously through letters or contacting the defense, they all agreed with that same verdict of they acquitted her on the first and third charge and just were deadlocked on the second charge. And with that knowledge, it's dumb, stupid, and illogical for the state for the Commonwealth to retry her on all 3 counts again. One, they didn't have to retry her whatsoever. They could have done the right thing and not done this, and actually tried to do a proper investigation to bring justice for this officer's killing. But no, they said we're going to double, triple down. We're going to recharge her for all 3 things and do it all over again, wasting millions just to protect a few. Anyway, but yeah, that's why I like it when jurors come forward, because we get to hear things like this. If the jurors didn't feel comfortable or never came forward, we wouldn't know that there were decisions made in the first trial. And without the transparency argued for and brought by the actual citizens and people themselves, the Commonwealth and government have proven time and time again that they will sell you a narrative that they think best fits their goals, ideals, needs, what have you. And transparency is never the top priority. So when you have people coming forward, when you have cameras in the courtroom, we can hold each other accountable. We can build trust in our system. Yes, I do think laws will have to change and adapt to this new age of media trials, and that there should be some restrictions here and there. I think it should just be like a C-SPAN camera. You might have a few cameras set up, but let that be the fixed coverage and not allow the media to bring in a million other cameras. Everyone can have access to the stream equally. And then you can still have reporters sitting in court doing what they normally do. That gives you more control and allows, because now I'm just thinking about the mishap during the Murdaugh case where they accidentally filmed the jury and basically doxed all of their appearances online just because some random news channel's cameraman wasn't paying attention and was like following someone out the courtroom and then showed the faces of the whole jury. That is unacceptable. That should never happen. So I don't really like the media having control of their own cameras, but I do like cameras in the courts. We have to move on.
The jury foreman, asking to stay anonymous, telling the Boston Herald, "We had to look at the evidence, and a lot of it didn't make sense. There was no meat, no aha moment. No one proved there was a collision." Prosecutors accuse Reed of slamming her SUV into her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. But her defense team argued she was framed by police after Reed dropped O'Keefe off at a house party with other members of law enforcement on the night in question. A theory some jurors said they found persuasive.
I think John O'Keefe went inside the house and something happening there.
Do you want to just tell us about the verdict and how you guys came to this conclusion?
Yeah, sure. So it was a very intense week. We are, at first, for me, I thought Karen Reed was actually maybe guilty of manslaughter in the beginning. But as the weeks passed by, I just realized there was too many holes that we couldn't fill. And there's nothing that put her on the scene, in our opinion, besides just drop John O'Keefe off. And the taillight, the injuries in his arm didn't make much sense that come from the taillight for us. The last witness, Arca, from the defense, that made clear, they did a very good job, like showing us, explaining all the technicalities, of everything. And yeah, we couldn't prove there was a collision and she was responsible for John's death.
Are you convinced she wasn't responsible for his death?
I am convinced. I'm 100% convinced. Yes, I really don't think she was responsible for his death. I think she dropped him off. If she back up fast enough to maybe touch him, maybe, but that was not the reason why he fell his back in a way that the way the cut was, the injury was, and the fracture was. I don't think that was from the car, because otherwise we would see much more injuries over his body.
And there we go, straight out the gate. She says, but also she says, at the beginning, I thought she might be guilty of manslaughter, meaning at no point did she think she was guilty of second-degree intentional murder, which is why that was the dumbest charge ever. There is no way you could prove she intended to do that if it did happen, which the evidence pans out, it did not happen. And that's what she took away from it as well. And I touched on it, but it was a highlight for them, which is absolutely correct, of they couldn't even place her at the scene. She had left the scene before he actually died. This is agreed on by everyone. The Commonwealth is saying that she hit him and left him there to die, but at no point is she at the scene of the crime when he dies. You know who is at the scene of the crime, the literal scene, setting, location where the death occurred? Everyone in the house. They are placed cemented right next to the body, and no one looks at them twice. But the woman who was blowing up his phone from his home is the only suspect you're looking at. And I get it. Yeah, you're thinking about this super mastermind of they just killed someone, so she was just calling to try to, create a diversion or whatever. It's like, one, she would have to be an amazing actress to go through the emotional arc that she went through during those phone calls and texts, from angry, pissed off to pure terror and fear, versus a house full of people who barely considered him an acquaintance and called him the guy, where he had at least two of his ops in there, Colin Albert and Brian Higgins, and they were surrounded by their friends and felt bolstered and big and all this and all that. And that's why they really needed to sell the crash, because there's no other explanation besides that. If she didn't crash there and he went going towards the house and ended up dead in the front lawn with a bunch of injuries, either someone mugged him right then and there, or someone in the house attacked him. I don't know. But if this mysterious crash did occur, then you can just say, well, obviously no one was at the scene because she hid and ran away. And of course, because all the police officers and first responders in the house are trained, but also not at the same time. They notice details, but can't notice a body on their own front lawn. I just don't believe that whatsoever. At no point, because when all of those people leave, and yes, there's people who live in the house who didn't leave, but of the ones who left, normally, maybe this is just my family, but I don't know. Normally when guests are leaving, as they're filing out, people will at least go to the door to see them off, or to make sure they're in their car, or to see them drive away. Sometimes conversations are still going as they're walking away, stuff like that. But for their story to be plausible, everyone had to be as silent as a mouse, eyes directly forward in front of them, not looking in their periphery whatsoever, got in their cars. I guess they backed up. They didn't have their headlights on because somehow that still missed the body, and went home. And then she says that the ARCA experts came in and debunked most of this, which is absolutely true because ARCA actually did real experiments. The Commonwealth paid Aperture, I think it was like $330,000, around that, in order to buy a Lexus and come up with these horrible tests that aren't fundamentally or pedagogically sound whatsoever. Literally, he just painted the taillight, like just covered it in paint, and then stuck his arm out and then leaned into the test and said, see, it's possible that a car moving back at 5 miles an hour or 2 or 5 miles an hour, whichever one it was, can hit someone's arm if it's standing up perfectly and not moving. I'm like, that's the biggest waste of money I've ever seen in my life. Meanwhile, ARCA's over here building cannons and shooting glass out of it to see if it's even possible for a crash to leave those little glass bits from an alleged glass from the bar, even though the glass that was found does not match the glasses from the bars, whatever. And all their tests say, no, this is not possible based off of what the Commonwealth is asserting.
Myself and one of our lab technicians at ARCA, we designed and developed a pressurized air cannon. So it was capable of firing a projectile such as a drinking glass at the taillight. So it essentially, you can think of it kind of as a giant cannon, but it had a barrel, and then there was a valve that would open rapidly and directly behind.
They yeet cannoned a drinking glass so they could yeet cannon a drinking glass at a car and see if it would shatter a tail light. His job is Mythbusters. It's like, let's rig up a cannon to fire whiskey glasses at a car.
Behind that was a pressurized vessel.
He likes the cannon,
and
for sure.
Depending on the pressure, the PSI of that vessel would determine essentially the speed at which that glass would be projected into the taillight.
So you literally built a cannon
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Which then just ties together with her last part of the injuries didn't match. She does not think a car crash could cause those kind of injuries. And Dr. La Posada, I think she was an excellent witness for the defense, got up there and basically explained it. And she even explained the arm injury being like, if you're getting hit by a car, which is a blunt object, it's not sharp. So if you are getting hit by a blunt object and you are shattering it and then getting cut from those shards, allegedly, it's going to bruise your arm first. It has to bruise your arm before it can break the skin. So there should be bruises everywhere. There should be cuts everywhere if that happened the way they're saying it happened. Because it's not just that the glass or plastic shards ripped into him and, caused those scrapes, but that blunt impact has to be first.
Have you performed autopsies on individuals believed to be hit by vehicles?
Yes.
Have you engaged in differential diagnosis and inferential
I can't believe lack of foundation is what we're talking about here. We've thoroughly covered foundation.
About whether or not.
In fact, yesterday, the court fucking complained about how much background and training and experience we went through. We have thoroughly covered this. This is not a foundation issue.
That you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident.
Yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I
sustained.
As to approach, I have no idea what the issue is.
And just to address this, because this really annoyed me as well. So Alan Jackson was trying to ask her questions regarding this injury pattern of, does this match what you've seen in your experience? Hank Brennan kept objecting to unobjectable questions. The questions are fine, they're open-ended, and they're tailored to where they are right now. And so they kept getting called up for a lack of foundation, as Emily just mentioned. An objection lack of foundation means you haven't set up the foundation or the basis to why you can answer this question. And they already established foundation so many times. Foundation is, this is your profession, right? You've done this for how many years, right? You've seen autopsies before, right? You've seen autopsies including vehicle collisions, right? Okay, great. We have laid the foundation that you have the knowledge base in order to answer this question. And that with your experience, you analyzed the information you were given. The autopsy results, the crime scene photos, the x-rays, all of the things. So she should be able to easily answer this question, but it keeps getting objected to, and the judge keeps sustaining it, and I don't understand why either. I think she kept sustaining it because because Jackson is saying, did you do that in this case? Which he needs to say in order for her to opine about what happened in this case. And I believe Brennan is saying, well, she didn't do this in this case. Our coroner, Dr. Scoribellos, she did it, not you. So you can't say what happened in this case if you didn't do it yourself. I think that is a very weak argument, but I think that was enough for her to sustain. She was going to sustain it regardless. And that's why, another reason why she doesn't have grounds here. So they're not saying objection, lack of foundation. They're just saying objection. And then they approached, and then when they came back, Alan really set up the foundation even more, and we're like, why? We have gone through this for so long. And like Emily said, the judge got angry when people spend too much time giving background. You can't make her happy. The defense can't. The prosecution can do anything they want, and she's A-okay with it. The defense, you spend too long on a question, you spend too long on this or that, she's going to give you her opinion, tell you to move on, tell people, basically breathe into the mic. It's just so unprofessional and annoying and slanted and biased. And that's why I appreciate cameras, because then we get to see this. And now she gets to be held to that standard, or people are aware of her antics before even walking in her courtroom. I already know this is going to be on some bull, so I just need to mind my P's and Q's. I need to be prepared for her to say no on everything. Oh, sorry, but the point I was making is, before trial started, Karen's lawyers asked if they can do objections with grounds, meaning objection, lack of foundation, objection, asked and answered, objection, hearsay, etc. That way, we have at least a base understanding of what is being objected to. She said no, so that she could pull shit like this. There's really no reason why you would say no to that unless you are intending to make your own calls and you don't give an F what they actually argue, which is consistent for her.
Emily, what is she doing? I don't know.
If a pedestrian is hit by a motor vehicle at speed, not 1-2 miles an hour, let's say 20 plus miles an hour.
Yes, one of the things you see is a pedestrian is, standing upright and is impacted by this blunt object of a automobile or a van or a SUV. And what you see first most is the tissue is crushed where the projections of the vehicle impact the tissue. And when you crush the tissue, that gives you a bruise. So that's the first part of the pattern of impact. It crushes the tissue, it gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
Right.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Why?
In addition to bruising, what else might you expect to find in an individual who's been struck by a vehicle at speed?
So let's come over to side.
Those objections are so dumb. I believe he's objecting because she's coming too close to saying that's what happened in this case, and he wants her to only look at it in general and not to nail it down to anything specific. So being like, what else do you expect to find? That question is fine. And she should be able to answer it. But they know if she does answer it, she's going to say, here are all these injuries that are common in a car accident, and none of them are here. And Brennan objecting only highlights that. You think the jury is dumb? She said all of these things. You get hit by a car, it's going to bruise. If the impact is hard enough, it's going to bruise, and then the skin breaks. Objection, get rid of that. She struck it, but okay, that's just common sense. No one's going to forget that. And he's underlying it, saying we need to approach because she's trying to give she is trying to give the jury knowledge about injuries that occurred during an actual vehicle. We can't have that. If she had said, in this case, we see blank, then sure, because she's directly trying to apply it. She doesn't know this, she doesn't know that. But she's saying in these impact injuries, she's performed countless autopsies. She knows the injuries to expect and what they look like from different patterns and methods of killings. And they were never able to explain that, which is why they hid until the defense brought it out during the second trial, second to last witness for the first time, introducing x-rays of John O'Keefe's arm that show no hairline fractures, no broken bones, nothing. But anyway, straight out the gate, she is saying they didn't convince her of nothing. You didn't convince me a car crash happened. You didn't convince me she was at the scene. You didn't convince me those injuries came from a car. You didn't even convince me that the tests that you performed were valid. Meanwhile, every defense theory held up or could not be proven either way, disproven or proven factually, which is not normally how trials go.
So what do you think happened to him?
It's a theory, like conspiracy theory type of thing, because I think she maybe back up and touch him somehow. Maybe he lost his shoes in this movement and got upset, and then she left and she didn't saw him. And so either he got out of her way or something, and maybe he lost his shoes in this process. But in my opinion, he definitely went inside and something happened inside the house.
Paula, you were getting emotional. What was going through your heart and mind after making that, tremendous decision?
Yeah, so I was happy for Karen Reed and her family. Of course, I think justice was served, but see John O'Keefe's family leaving the courthouse was melt my heart. I'm a mother, and I saw her pain through all those days. And I just want to tell them it's not our fault that Karen Reed is not convicted, even if there's any chance she's guilty of something, of hurt him somehow. The Commonwealth and the investigators didn't do their jobs to prove that to us. So we couldn't charge her with anything. And I really, really hope there is a way for the case to be reopened and they can investigate again and find who actually did that to John.
But was it emotional at the end?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
It was because I was sad for the family, because I feel like great for Karen Reed, but horrible for the family. He seemed to be a very nice guy, the story with his nephews and niece, and was alive. So I feel bad for them, and I really want them to get justice for John O'Keefe for real.
Was it a poor investigation?
In my opinion, yes. Too many flaws, too many holes that we couldn't fill in. No reports, so many things, videos with glitch. I don't know, felt a little not correct, not precise. I mean, they are police officers, they know what to do in investigation, and with too many pieces were missing.
Zero lies detected, because yeah, nothing but holes, nothing but flawed skirting protocol here and there, no correct follow-up, affidavits with wrong times, all of these signatures, no chain of custody anywhere, using red Solo cups, leaf blowers, putting his clothes in the same evidence bag instead of giving them separate evidence bags, not turning his clothes over to be tested by their criminalist until 6 weeks after Michael Proctor has possession of it.
Having reviewed your reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So submission 7, all the items that are 7- was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Were you aware of the date of the incident?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period? Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Sustained. Move on, Mr.
Unbelievable. But there were plastic little shards, and you're like, what are the plastic shards? That were literally in the evidence bag itself, the singular evidence bag with both pieces of clothing, or I don't even know if it was just 2 pieces, but multiple pieces of clothing. And they get on the stand and they tell you the proper protocol, and they're like, this is what we do, this is what we do. Did you do it here? And they'll look and say yes, and then you catch them in the lie, and they're like, well, that's just mistaken. And then when you corner them, it's, okay, then I guess we did make that little mistake. And then it happens again and again and again and again.
Search warrants, I use that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one, and that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time.
Yes.
It's not a typo.
So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3.
At this point, the jury's like, oh, okay, so you just what can we trust? Because it's not just one thing. It is so many things that just keep adding up.
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And yet they're looking at us straight on, not batting an eye, and tell us this investigation was unbiased, thorough, and complete.
This investigation was conducted professionally
with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
And all of the evidence within 17 hours pointed solely to Karen Reed.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged.
Wow.
Right?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity
I know the
to
answer.
kill John O'Keefe?
Why is there a pause?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence, pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Check. But anyway, in the start of this chunk, she says, they're like, what do you think happened? She goes, I have conspiracy. She is on the conspiracy train. And that takes a lot of effort to truly convince a juror of some form of conspiracy, especially including the death of a cop. People are reticent to believe a cover-up or a conspiracy theory when it deals with cops investigating other cops. So in order to convince the average person that they selected on this jury, and was able to convince most of them that not only was she innocent, but also the people who investigated look shadier than the person they're trying to prosecute. She thinks maybe the car could have bumped him. I don't think she like full-blown believes that. I think she's trying to explain away how did the shoe get there. And that's a very important subplot question. I think the shoe was planted there on the curb. That's just me, because it just doesn't make sense. None of the physics, none of the math, none of the evidence lines up to how that shoe would end up there and the body end up somewhere else, especially when the car could not have been going fast enough to only give him the injuries that he sustained, while also propelling him feet in the air, and also at the same time leaving no skid mark, not making a sound when this happened, despite a whole taillight shattering and no one noticing a thing.
Broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus.
Yes, the location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
So not the injury, not the injury. The location and orientation of the injury to John O'Keefe's arm is, so that's a nuanced difference. The location and orientation of the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm is consistent with the geometry of Karen Reed's Lexus. Okay.
Touching between.
Happening. Everyone is shuffling paper.
So this
is the clunkiest,
some of the location
wildest
of the physical evidence.
Oh my God.
Red plastic, clear plastic.
How? How do you know that this is where they are? How do you know that this is where they are? Because the sneaker was found literally on the pavement of the street, pushed up against, and I don't mean to imply someone pushed it up against there, but it was flat up against the curb in the photos. It was smack up against the curb. So that's not even where the sneaker is, because that's not the curb.
There was a sneaker that was found near the curb.
It was literally against the curb.
There were
like touching the
various
curb.
fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident. Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
Look at that.
Slide number, Dr. Welcher.
Yes, ma'am. 127.
at the curb and the street, not the grass.
The shoe was found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb.
Right. So on your last slide,
Baseball hat.
that's not where it was.
Again, there was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow.
What?
As well.
And could you get
Yeah, that's
Gonna
100%.
sustain that objection and strike the last part of it.
I
So we
understand.
don't need to come to side.
You should modify the slide. The slide says blood found and John O'Keefe's hat at the scene. That's what the slide says. Should redact the slide. Because what is this expert even talking about?
Could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Right. He thinks that's February 3rd. Hey, Brennan, your last expert said that this all happened on January 30th.
Is there a date on the photographs to the left?
He's trying to fix it. It's not fixing.
I don't see one.
Okay.
The bottom, it indicates where it's from. So
This slide is titled Evidence Read Lexus Hit John O'Keefe from the Welcher PowerPoint.
this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005.
This is a slide from a presentation that you gave in 2005.
And that's the company they paid over $300,000 to produce those results and that PowerPoint. So yeah, the truth is, believing that she hit him with a car is the actual conspiracy. That is to believe a conspiracy theory of we have to ignore what all the blatant, on its face, use your common sense to look at it, evidence tells you, and you have to buy what all of these people who have nothing but to gain from you believing this lie is that she did it. Okay. And then want to get mad at us for being mad at them for not believing the lie that they are mad at us for not believing. But she said he definitely went inside because it's the only logical explanation, and she thinks something happened inside. That's the other thing that always throws me with it. All of them are saying John O'Keefe was not inside the house, never inside the house, did not go inside the house.
Nicole Albert.
No, they never came into my home.
Brian Albert.
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
Brian Jr.
No one else came into the house after them, no.
Matt McCabe.
I did not see anybody.
Jennifer McCabe.
John never came in the house.
Brian Higgins.
Absolutely not, no.
And Caitlin Albert.
No, neither of them ever came into the home.
So adamant to defend that. And it makes it look more guilty because that's them under the belief of if he went into the house, obviously something bad happened or would have had to happen. There's no innocent explanation. If he did go into that house and then he's found dead in front of that same house, then they have to be connected. So that's the main hoax they want you to believe. The core of it is John O'Keefe did not go inside the house. If you believe that, then you have to find out an explanation. What else could have happened? Well, it had to be Karen. It had to be the car. Even though none of it actually pans out, it had to be her because he didn't go in the house. Why? Because 10 people are telling me he didn't. And that's the other thing. People in the house, I don't know if y'all are, unless y'all are huddled in the exact same area, but if y'all are dispersed throughout the house, how is everyone so confidently able to say that he never went in the house? I don't know if you've ever been to someone else's house for a party with individuals, not everyone that you know. Do you keep track of who's coming in and out? And can you say with certainty who came in and who didn't if you were not able to see the whole house in that time? Most people, I think, in the more innocent reply was, I never saw them in the house. I don't think he came in because I never saw him from where I was. And if you have everyone saying, I never saw him, then it's like, okay, he must not have been in there. But everyone is saying, no, he did not come into the house. That is different than saying, I did not see him in the house. And actually, Matt McCabe was the only one to frame it that way. And it's the only one that sounds the least forced or you need to believe me right now kind of feeling.
They never came into my home.
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
No one else came into the house after them, no.
John never came in the house. No, neither of them ever came into the home.
O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died.
Matt McCabe.
I did not see anybody.
It just hits the ear different. Like, one is an observation. I didn't see anyone. The other is an assertion. He never went inside the house. But okay. And then that moved on to she got emotional after the verdict because she felt so bad for the O'Keefe family. Because, like we saw earlier, you could see John O'Keefe's brother put his head in his hands. I imagine his mom was crying, and I know they left very swiftly after the verdict. And the amplification of their heartache and pain, I do also blame the McAlberts and all those people for it, because they have been so tightly entangled with them from moment one. It's like not even trying to give people space. It is very much, I need you on my side. So if I have this solid foundation and strong relationship and I've shown you how much I love you and how much I care for you, then you will believe the thesis statement crux of the whole hoax, which is he didn't go in the house. You have to believe us. We would tell you. You know how much we love you. We would absolutely tell you if he came in the house. He never did. And if he never did that, that means it has to be her. And if you believe that, which I think the O'Keefes do, or at least I believe the mother and the brother, I don't know about the dad. I don't know about the sister. I know the sister did the first trial, but I don't know her current feelings. But it is heartbreaking. There's no way that it's not, because there's no way to get justice for him. She says, I'd like the case reopened and relooked at it. Sorry, that's never going to happen, because that would require the district attorney to want to do that. And since he's directly tangled, and he entangled himself into this and implicated himself, that's why they needed this to go so much. That's why he's wasting over $1 million to retry this case. And it's all to clear the people who were in the house and the people who are connected to this case, rather than actually convicting Karen Reed. And that would have just been the bonus. Now, that was a quiet one, but it's still good to hear from you, Linda.
Paul, you said you were first thinking manslaughter in the beginning. What changed your mind to not guilty?
The process, as they show us that things don't connect to each other. The injury don't connect with the taillight, the glitch on the video of the sailport, the missing part of the video of the ring light in John O'Keefe's house. Was too many coincidences to be, straight her fault.
So the first trial, the jurors were deadlocked. They couldn't come up with a decision. Were you surprised that they brought this case again for a second time? That they prosecuted her for a second time?
No, not surprised, because I have a law background from Brazil. I studied law. I worked a little bit as an attorney before I moved here, so I understand a little bit the system. I'm not surprised she was charged again. And we definitely didn't want to hang this jury. We were very positive that we're going to discuss everything as much as we can, because we don't want to. The amount of money spent on this trial made me very upset, and I'm sure made my fellow jurors upset too.
Do you think she was framed?
Hard to say. I didn't have a chance to look into the investigation outside the courtroom and everything that was said in the last trial. It's less than 24 hours since I started looking into those things. So I can't say she was framed, but maybe, I don't know. I don't know.
Another horrible admission for the Commonwealth. Again, another juror. Do you think she was framed? Hard to say. That means a yes in my mind. Or at least, if it's not a no, that means you should have never brought it here. Paulina the Plane knows you shouldn't retry this case either, and that's why she had to chime in. But surprisingly, she said she wasn't shocked that they retried her. And it makes sense. She said she hasn't really investigated and that it's been 24 hours since she's actually started to look into things. And so it is very impressive, her instincts of what stood out as weird without doing further background information. Because we all benefit from the fact that we have groupthink. People all over YouTube have been sleuths, I guess, have been investigating it and coming up with these new breakthroughs, and we've all garnered and refined our understanding through these new breakthroughs. But sitting there, hearing it in one go, hearing a very convoluted narrative that does not string together, evidence that does not match the story, and holes where they just shrug their shoulders and say, I don't know, she's guilty. Just vote that. But I like that that was the thing that changed her mind. As she heard more and more, it just stopped connecting. She talked about the injuries don't connect to the taillight, and that's what Dr. Rentschler was assigned to explore. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler were both the ARCA experts, but the biomechanist was Dr. Rentschler, who was the one who tried to recreate the scene to see what matched the injuries and said it absolutely does not match the injuries. And during the first trial, I really like him. He is the VP and has done a whole lot of experienced work and has testified so many times, and you can tell because he was slipping things in the first trial.
You're aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle.
I am aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces, but there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
Did you see how he answered that question?
There was also
Sir,
DNA.
You have done this one or two times before.
That was found on glass that was found right near his body.
And the thing that's so different about how these witnesses present themselves on cross, they don't shift on cross until Lally's attitude shifts with them. And then it's like, he's defending his report, right? Yeah, there's no blood evidence on it though. It was a very small amount of DNA. He's just reiterating again what we all know and defending his report. Look, I'm not here to fight with you, but my report says this and I stand by it and this is why.
Coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was frozen?
Well, you'd have to perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that ground was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. You can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. I mean, is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries.
You can't just be like, it is something Lally just got himself wrecked. Or you just got wrecked. It's like, well, you can't just be like, it's cold out, the ground is frozen.
Performing that type of an analysis? You could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
But you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it, no. Because, yeah, there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly, it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury. Again, there's no movement and no force to get his body over there, and then the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So whether the ground could cause it or not, the roadway could cause it, the curb could cause it, a back could cause it. There's numerous different possibilities, and we don't really have enough evidence in this case to determine what one specific event actually caused that injury.
You didn't have enough evidence based on what you were provided, isn't that fair?
I didn't have enough evidence based on what I was provided, and even looking at the additional evidence that I became aware of after the fact, there's still no evidence. I mean, you can't deny the science and the physics as to what would have happened if he was struck by the vehicle. So anything past that, you have to somehow overcome that hurdle, which is very difficult to do. After
Lally just wrecked himself with this witness. Lally did more damage to himself on cross in a more succinct way than was done on direct because it's cross.
And then him and Brennan went toe-to-toe during the second trial because Brennan was being a full-blown asshat and trying to just bully him. And he's like, what are you doing here?
Could a person get their foot caught on a curb sneaker come off and then stagger backwards and fall on their head?
Objection, Your Honor. Yeah, let's go.
I'm going to allow that.
Which also, of course, she allowed that question. Of course, she allowed some random improper question of, couldn't this happen in some theoretical situation that I'm trying to directly tie to this, but won't let Dr. Lopesada explain, here are the injuries that occur during a vehicle collision that I have seen over countless autopsies. Can't ask that question that was directly relevant and her expertise, but you're going to let this little BS question that's only meant, it's not actually probative, it's only meant to try to undercut and not actually explore and not actually wanting the real answer. Every time I hear a prosecutor say, could it have been, I just like shiver. What are you talking about?
Doctor?
Can you answer that?
I mean, I guess you could somehow predict or have a possibility of almost anything happening. You could say someone could get hit by a car and do a couple of somersaults into the yard. I mean, there's no evidence of that, so it's just supposition, but I won't say it's impossible.
You think John O'Keefe did somersaults into the front yard of 34 Fairview? Is that what you're telling us, Doctor?
No, I don't think he even got hit by the car, sir.
That's not what I'm asking. I've heard that. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Then don't ask a snarky question if you don't want a snarky response. That's exactly what you were asking. A hypothetical that anything could be possible. You could say a dragon came down and lifted him and put him there, right? Can you prove it didn't happen? No, anything's possible if you're going to frame it that open and then going to get mad. Oh, are you saying that he did somersaults? Is that what he said? No, it's not what he said. You're trying to warp those words. He said anything could have happened. And now you're trying to frame that saying, oh, is your testimony, you're not taking this seriously, that he did backflips? No, you're not taking it seriously with this line of question that doesn't actually support your argument. You're trying to disprove him, and in an attempt to disprove him, you're disproving your own theory as well. When you keep saying, could it have been this, could it have been this, could it have been this, when you're on cross-examination, and then you get on direct saying it was, well, are we focusing on the could be's or the was? Because he's focusing on the was. There was no collision, there was no evidence that showed this is possible. If you want to get into the imaginary could-be realm, we can do that. And when we get in there, he could have been Simone Biles and done a triple-double into the front yard. If we're just going to come up with hypotheticals, I can't stand that. Because he kept trying to pull him in and say, well, did you do this test? Did you do that test? Did you test to see this and that?
Have you seen crash tests with crash test dummies where there is a light string and somebody cuts the string moments before the impact or seconds before the impact?
I have, yes.
That wasn't done in this case, was it?
What? It wasn't necessary.
Was that done in this case?
It wasn't. I'll speak slower. A little clearer.
If you answer my question.
I just did answer it. I said it wasn't.
When the...
Oh, shit.
He's like, no, it doesn't matter. We did all the tests and we found that he did not get hit by a car. So we did not continue to do tests, including a car. And that's all they were originally assigned to do during the first trial when they were hired by the FBI. Just to see, hey, here are the facts that the Commonwealth is asserting. Can this happen the way that they said it happened? Both of those. She also talks about the missing Sallyport video, which absolutely, one, you're going to mess up on the search warrants and say that you claimed the car at 5:30 when you actually claimed it at 4:12, and that the car arrived at the Sallyport at 5:30.
Search warrants, I use that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one, and that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time.
Yes.
It's not a typo.
So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5, And 3,
At this point, the jury's like, oh, okay, so you just what can we trust?
But who cares? That's just an hour and 18-minute difference. It's all good. Don't think anything of it. And then, of course, when it comes in at 5:30, there just happens to be a 42-minute glitch that is just missing. The video's just gone. When the car gets there, just happenstantially, 45 minutes of the video is missing. Not throughout the rest of the day. This little glitch didn't happen earlier in the day, and this little glitch didn't happen later in the night.
did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sally Port as well, correct?
Yes.
We can't gloss over that. There's 40-something minutes of video that's missing. Why? Of the vehicle coming into the Sally Port, the vehicle that is so important because you want to see what the vehicle looked like coming into the Sally Port. If it showed any signs that it had struck a whole human being, right? Is the taillight busted when it comes into the Sally Port? Why is that video gone? This is extremely significant. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing here? Because if it's showing the taillight, or it's in a position to show the taillight, but it's somehow miraculously missing on the magic moment when it comes into the Sally Port, that is going to go straight to, in my mind, this is a cover-up.
But just coincidentally at the moment when the car comes in place. Just like the coincidence that the library footage that would have seen Karen Reed drive by after allegedly hitting him going back to John's place and would have had a perfect clear view of whether that taillight was smashed out or not.
Regarding the Canton Library video, this court should know we still do not have relevant time periods. From the Commonwealth's evidence, we know that my client drove by the Canton Library at 12:16 a.m. on January 29th because that was recorded. There is video of her driving by at that time, heading to 34 Fairview, which is where John O'Keefe died, with her taillight intact. We know that my client arrived back at John O'Keefe's residence at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton at 12:41 a.m. because the Commonwealth produced a voicemail that she left for John, where you can hear the garage door closing, the car door closing, the house door closing while she walked in her high heels on the garage floor. 1 Meadows is about a mile from the Canton Library. We know the video equipment was working because they have that footage from 12:16 a.m. But in the video that the prosecution turned over to us, there is a gap in that video from 12:37 a.m. to 12:39 a.m., which would have been the precise time my client would have been driving back past the library. We know that that footage would show that my client's taillight was still intact at that point because she never struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle. Yet the prosecution has produced a video from the library with that crucial time period missing.
Because if it was her driving by, there'd be little pieces falling. And you would see it bright white as though it were shattered. And at no point during any of the documentation, including during the seizure of the vehicle, is there this bright white light because it has all been shattered.
You actually wrote a report about this, correct?
Correct.
Do you see what's depicted in that still image?
I do.
Does that appear to be a taillight?
Yes.
Does that appear to be brighter red?
Correct.
Is that the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th around 3:15 or 3:30 when you got to the location?
It was.
Let's go back. Can you see that this entire area is now missing?
I can.
Is that consistent, this photograph consistent with the condition of the taillight as you saw it just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely not.
And they want to be like, oh, well, it's not shining because it got broken. But the diffuser inside wasn't broken. And if that's not broken, it's going to still shine bright white light, just not have the red plastic or the plastic around to dim it. But yeah, that video footage just happens to be missing. On top of the ring video footage that she talked about, happened to be missing from John's ring camera footage at the exact moment when Karen Reed would have arrived back at his place. And it was only discovered missing after Michael Proctor tried to access his Ring app through John O'Keefe's phone. Not even through a formalized system or anything. It was revealed that he had accessed John O'Keefe's phone, I think before a warrant, but went inside the Ring camera app and says he didn't delete anything. Even though another one of his officers who watched all of the videos that night reported or made a note that there was a video at around that time of Karen, what they thought was Karen returning home. And now, after Michael Proctor gets it, that is gone.
So one of the mysteries that still remains about this case is missing Ring videos from John O'Keefe's home.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the Ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
There's Ring camera video from like 11:30 the night before, on the 28th, when Michael Camerano comes to the house to pick up his daughter. And there's Ring camera video the next time at 5:07 a.m. when Karen Reed is leaving. If you do natural math, there's a point in time when Karen Reed comes home and puts her car in the garage in between those two time periods, but there's no Ring camera footage of that.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from Ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through Ring for months.
We know the Ring video had to be deleted because at 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John where you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. That's at 12:41. But the Ring video of me arriving home is mysteriously missing. The prosecution is accusing me of deleting the Ring, and we're accusing them. Why am I deleting these videos? If anything, I want the video when I arrive home to show that my taillight's intact. I don't know that it would have captured it, but it could have. They wouldn't want that video in because it would show my taillight's intact. So who has a greater incentive to delete the video?
As well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
Which is another horrible admission. You think it's saying, oh, all this happened, so it's not me. I've been looking so diligently. And then in some respects, they want to frame it as, well, Karen must have deleted it because she's trying to cover her tracks. Okay, but your original detective made notations. You said you don't know what date he did it, but he made notations that I think she got home at this point. I think this, I think that. Meaning those videos existed at one point after the police had seized custody of it. So she can't delete it after the police have taken custody of it. But one officer says these things exist, and then the lead investigator says, whoops, they're gone. Can't get them. Been trying to contact Ring, they can't find them. Really? So they are so 100% sure and certain that she did it, despite all the video evidence that would have proved that being gone. How do you not doubt?
I have doubts. Such doubts.
Those coincidences, alleged coincidences. Because it's like when you have to force an answer to make it truthful, like when you have to come up with so many explanations, and then when the other side, the explanation just locks into place, odds are the easiest answer is the most correct. Does it make more sense that 4 or 5 different video clips just happenstantially vanished at the exact key moments that we need them, or they were intentionally deleted? Which one sounds more plausible? And we know that they're not against editing videos because they showed the inverted, reversed video of the Sally Port to try to say, oh, look, Michael Proctor didn't go near the right corner.
The second video from the interior of the Sally Port is inverted, correct?
Yes,
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
So the timestamp on the bottom was inverse. Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was kind of backwards.
Is it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left.
Why would the timestamp on surveillance footage be backwards? Unless someone attempted to flip the image and didn't notice that the timestamp was down there and didn't think to crop it out. See, what's going to be in my mind is that that's what you
So
did.
the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself?
No, from the video I saw, so I reviewed video yesterday to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle. It wasn't reversed. The car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out. From the driver's side, it wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like a timestamp on the bottom.
That's not normal. You have to be more
Where the
specific.
defense presented a piece of evidence?
What
where
piece?
we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
That was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, thank you.
Why? No, I'm hooked. No, please.
So we have the car that was seized with an hour and 18 minutes alone, it coming into the Sally Port, 42 minutes being missing. We also have a video of Michael Proctor going towards the right rear taillight that they then inverted so it looked like he was going towards the left rear taillight, got caught, and then said, oh, well, that's just how it exports, which sometimes it happens. Well, one, you should have corrected that and called that out. Two, how is it just happened to export that way, but the timestamp is oriented correctly? The timestamp had to be removed, video inverted, timestamp replaced, and then presented to the jury as though it were the correct orientation.
Did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at, or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. Can you read the date and timestamp on this Chiron?
I cannot know.
It's because it's backward, correct? Does that appear to be backward?
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it. Which means that was done intentionally.
So it's a never-ending parade of shadiness, shiftiness. And when you're telling me this is such a clear-cut case, you shouldn't need to do any of this. So we know they have no issues manipulating footage. But what I think is so cool is that she was a Brazilian lawyer, which some people were like, oh, that's not fair, she's a lawyer. It's in another country. Like, laws from state to state in America are completely different. How would you think that laws in another country overlap in any way? You know, we have the same general don't kill. I think that's a pretty universal law in most countries. But aside from that, they're completely different. We don't know what laws are for tourists during Carnival because that's just not our culture. She says that she stayed in another interview that she stays really in tune with the news and what happens in Brazil. And people were disbelieving that, like, how is that possible? You know, she watched this and watched that. I'm like, just imagine it's you. Imagine you're an American and you're living in Japan for an extended period of time. Are you completely locked into what's happening with Japanese culture? Or are you keeping tabs with American culture that you actually understand more easy than the culture that you immigrated to? So that all tracks for me, and I think that it was great because she does have a legal mind, meaning she knows how to interpret and observe evidence and what to look for. Because regardless of the country, a shitty investigation is a shitty investigation. And I'm glad someone like her was on the jury so that she could call that out and hold those standards, which I'm sure other jurors did the same, but we just know that that was also in the room. She said she knew that the last jury was deadlocked, so no matter what, they wanted to get a verdict, which is commendable because the last guy, like I said earlier, he felt like that they failed because they weren't able to come up to a consensus, which I don't blame them. I blame Judge Bev. And something I hadn't heard before, she was mad at how much money was spent on this trial, and we all are. Like, what are we doing? This is the most expensive DUI conviction, OUI conviction in American history. And even then, it seems like they didn't want to convict her of the DUI, but that there was enough evidence presented that they could, so they did. And that's why they asked the questions when they sent the 3 questions. And their question was so direct of, if we convict her of a lesser included, does that convict her of the whole charge?
All right, so I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
Because they wanted to completely avoid that, but definitely honed in saying we are basically only considering this one, and we want to make sure that if we convict her, that she's not going to get convicted of the whole thing. Because again, even the second jury form they were given was still confusing, slightly less confusing than the first one, still confusing. But whatever, moving on.
Did you find it strange you didn't hear from the lead investigator, Michael Proctor?
No, I didn't find it strange not hear from him, but I found strange not hear from Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, because the owner for the house and the person who exchanged text messages with Karen Reid a few days before John O'Keefe death. So I think was weird not hear from them.
Do you find it weird that the DA hasn't said anything at all about the case or the verdict? I mean, all he said was the jury has spoken, which you guys did, but nothing else.
I was surprised that they wanted the sentencing right away. I'm not sure if they're going to appeal, what's going to happen. I didn't have time to see what happened through the day because I was out with my family. But I don't know, maybe they're just going to give up and reopen the investigation.
At the beginning of deliberations, did some people think she was guilty?
At the beginning of deliberation, I don't know. We decided not to vote, not to say what we really think, and instead go through witnesses and the videos and the paper, the clothes and everything. So I'm not sure what they thought. But when we got an agreement of what charges we would eliminate it one by one, and then we got to the verdict.
Was it hard to focus, or, with the pressure of the big crowds outside every day chanting? Like, how much pressure was that for you guys?
I didn't see people outside until, I think Monday, because the way the bus brings us to the back of the courthouse, only if you look to your right and you see maybe some pink shirts or something, but I didn't know it was that big crowd like yesterday. And we couldn't hear anything. They covered the room so we couldn't see through the window. And through the whole process, I didn't hear anything inside the courtroom. None of us did.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like this wasn't that difficult for you guys to reach consensus here. Was it difficult to reach this decision or not really?
Well, I can speak for myself. For me, it wasn't. For me, I had my opinion before we get in there. So some people might thought differently, so we had some discussions, of course, but I can't talk for other people.
But it doesn't sound like it was very heated, and were people fighting, or was it?
Yeah. No, there wasn't fight. We are a respectful group of people. We got along very well, and we listened to each other's opinion. I can't say much what happened inside the deliberation room. The judge told us not to talk about it, but of course there were discussions of our opinions and the proofs, and let's look into this, look into that until we get to a consensus. But nothing heated, no.
Did you make much of her the videos that were played of her saying, well, maybe I might have clipped him, her almost admitting that, well, maybe something happened?
Yeah, that's where I take my theory from. Since like she woke up thinking, oh, maybe I hit him. So this idea come from somewhere in her mind, right? So maybe when she back up, she hit something, the curb or him or something. I don't know. But definitely his injuries are not consistent with the tail light damage. We do not believe the tail light, the way that was presented in the Sally Port on that day, it's not the same way that we saw in the videos of the car coming out of the meadows in the morning. I don't think the car killed John O'Keefe, no.
At what point in the trial did you start to think she was innocent?
Maybe like 3 weeks ago, after, when they had the police lab bringing DNA, they found a little trace of DNA here and there, but they also found 2 males' DNA here and there. So maybe there was more people involved on that. So that's when I started shifting my mind to completely not guilty of killing him at all. And the OUI was the only thing we can't deny, because she said on the video she was drinking, and there are videos of her drinking, counting of her drinking. So we couldn't let that pass.
Anything else, Paula? Like, what's your message, or what's the lesson that you learned in this process? Or,
well, my first time being a juror was an incredible experience. Really, I really enjoyed being there. It wasn't a burden at all. The deliberation part for me was a little overwhelmed because of the pressure of have someone's life in your hand. But the crowd outside or influence from outside, none of this came to me. So I was clear in my mind, just focus on her and the case and the evidences we have. But for me, it was a great experience, and I'm happy that I feel good about what we did. I'm confident that she's innocent, and I really, really hope the pressure that they had in this case now is transferred to John O'Keefe family, and justice for him, like new investigation, whatever needs to be done.
And that was that juror. I think there was another juror that came forward, but she was anonymous, and I don't know if I'm going to look the clip, but I remember the important part from hers was that she brought out a big, giant, sticky note paper, and they wrote out all the definitions, the legal definitions of the charges and what they were looking for, and they used those officially written down definitions of what they were given to guide their discussions. So it wasn't on all vibes or anything like that. I do like that she said, and the other one said as well, that they did not take an initial poll vote, because the judge told them not to do that wouldn't be a good idea, which is correct. In some cases, that's fine, like Shonda Vander Ark and Sarah Boone Paulson, A-okay, because they both one took less than an hour, one took an hour and a half. So you can just pull straws at that point. But it doesn't look like they ever took an official vote like that, but they came to just, I guess, universal consensus through their group conversations. And the reporter said, did you find it weird not to hear from Michael Proctor? And she said no, she didn't find that strange. I don't know why, but she said what I did find strange was Brian Higgins and Brian Albert not testifying. And I agree with that. And I can see it as Michael Proctor, yes, as the lead investigator, could have gotten on the stand and would have gotten destroyed for a second time. But Hank Brennan even said himself that they don't need Proctor for this case, and they didn't. But the fact that you're omitting him and yet still say there is nothing wrong with this investigation completely goes in opposite directions. If you're innocent and it was all on the up and up, put him on the stand. If they're all innocent, if Brian Albert's innocent and Brian Higgins are innocent, put them on the stand. But you can't. Why? Because they did so poorly in the first trial that you're shocked it didn't tank it. And it might have tanked it. You think you're going to get Brian Albert and Brian Higgins up there again and say, where are the phones? Why are these calls deleted? Why are you saying all these calls are butt dials? And only after you keep getting cornered. Why are you upgrading your phone and getting rid of it? Throwing your phone away in a military base after extracting 3 text threads, this is Brian Higgins, from his phone before destroying it. And it was the text threads with him, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed. There might have been another one, but those 2 for sure.
And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those 2 devices.
Meaning
If you
John's and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate,
Please?
and it was.
And you trusted that
Please make sure it's accurate.
rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
Please make sure that this shit does not blow up on everybody. We're not going to download your entire phone. So please make sure what you give us is accurate. That answer, after all of this, that answer. I told Higgins, we have all the other extractions. So please make sure when you give us the text from your phone that it's accurate. And then they let Higgins give them screenshots and snippets of the texts. That is one of the best answers for the defense in this cross. Because they're going to be able to say, see, they told Higgins, just make sure it matches. I don't think that answer is going to be interpreted the way he thinks it's going to be interpreted. Well, thanks for saying the quiet part out loud. We appreciate that.
Raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
No suspicions. They trust him. It's their guy.
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message.
Where are those?
Spoke for itself.
And they were just like, cool, great, we don't need to see your full phone. Thank you for sending us the texts. And Higgins' testimony was so bad that they had to pause it for his lawyer to come in just so they could say, hey, you're about to lie your ass off, so let's make sure that you say what you're supposed to say.
If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue.
Whether he is aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain.
I'm not sure I'm going to let them in, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the bathroom there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need more time?
I can do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
Because the reason we know that he destroyed it on a military base is because he had an FBI proffer, which is basically give us the information and be completely honest with us 100%, and you can get some kind of immunity. So he got an FBI proffer, as all innocent people do, and he told them he destroyed his phone by taking out the SIM card, cutting it in half, putting the SIM card in one dumpster, putting the phone in another dumpster on a military base.
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off
and provided them to the Mass State
Right,
Police.
so where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did. Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would have when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done. It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You testified.
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that
was your one question.
Then he gets on the stand and says, that's not correct. I'm like, well, the FBI wrote it down. So did you lie then or are you lying now?
And Brian Higgins, who's the ATF agent that was in the house, signed a proffer agreement, and he sat down with FBI agents and a U.S. attorney, assistant U.S. attorney, and gave a proffer. And during the federal proffer, Brian Higgins admitted to destroying his cell phone and tearing up his SIM card.
And that's why his answers were so weird of, well, if I did, I could have maybe if I was thinking about destroying my phone the day before I get a preservation order. And this connects because I just trimmed the end of that last clip and it's perfect for this next part because she also says, asking the juror, how do you feel about how the DA hasn't spoken up? He said 4 words. The jury has spoken. I was going to give him his own section later, but no, literally, it was only 4 words. And that is so insulting because he came out of the woodwork and gave a full-blown statement just to protect Colin Albert, who should be a random nobody to any district attorney.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that this phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative.
Which that statement is outrageous with how final it is. It is saying there is no evidence of this. He did nothing. 18-year-old Colin Albert. Why do you know his age? Why are we putting his age out in this? Who's the nephew of the homeowner? Why do you know his relationship to these people? It's just weird. It's weird to me. It's obvious that you are extremely close to them. I personally haven't put their connection together. But you don't come out of here and say all of these things for people you don't know. And he's like, these are baseless claims and accusations. It's a false narrative. How do you know it's a false narrative if you've never truly investigated this? So to get on here and say all of this and all of that and to say I've never done this before and then to say 4 words when you lose, no. You all look like fools, which is why you try to take this to the very, very end and just hope that it'll work out for you. And now that it's blowing up in your face, you earned every little bit of it. Because stunts like that, I don't think it's cute at all. Because people don't get that kind of preferential treatment. Like, just imagine it were you. Imagine it were you or your family. Imagine your cousin did something wrong, and then the district attorney comes out of nowhere to defend them. One, okay, cool, that'd be great. But wouldn't you be questioning everything? How do you know the district attorney? Why does this district attorney know your age, your name, and is putting you out there in the news saying you are being vilified, unjustly so, when the investigation isn't even concluded, when Karen Reed hasn't been convicted, and you're sitting here saying it's a false narrative? Child, no. Something tells me he will not have his job for much longer. But all of that to say, jumping back to the clip that I cut off from, I'm going to play that clip again and let it finish out, because the last part I cut off is what blew my mind, and we'll tie it back together.
And Brian Higgins, who's the ATF agent that was in the house, signed a proffer agreement, and he sat down with FBI agents and a U.S. attorney, assistant U.S. attorney, and gave a proffer. And during the federal proffer, Brian Higgins admitted to destroying his cell phone and tearing up his SIM card because he was told to do so by Michael Morrissey, the DA. And he also said, Morrissey told Brian Albert to do the same thing.
What? Like, what? That's where that came from? I had no idea. Like, I knew when both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert got rid of their phones the day before they both individually received their preservation orders. I knew they got tipped off. I didn't know they got tipped off by the literal district attorney who said, I'm about to submit a preservation order. You have until right now to do something with your phone. And then they got rid of them. And then the next day, oh, here, magically, don't do anything with your phone.
Isn't it true that you were, in fact, ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
So, according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved.
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order, yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers?
And I maintained the phone.
Until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
After the district attorney already instructed you to destroy your phones. You know, all of the innocent decisions, all of the innocent moves only innocent people do. Did Karen Reed do that? Did she destroy her phone? Did she lie to the police several times? Did she lie to the FBI? No? Strange. But yeah, that's just another thing. Like, of course, on top of everything else, of course, the person to tip them off to this whole debacle where they get rid of their phones and then lie and say they didn't talk to each other and that these phone calls were, who knows, they were inadvertent phone calls, yada, yada, yada. And it spurred from the district attorney. This was a frame job from the beginning. Okay, but now I'm just going to rip through these last few little points and then we're going to move on to the next section. But she said this was not a difficult decision for me. She said she had her mind made up before she walked in there. Or I think she says like she had a decision when going in there. And I think she would have been open to being swayed if the evidence was persuasive enough, and it just wasn't. She thinks there could be the she hit something because there are the like recordings of her saying, did I hit something? Could I have hit something? That still doesn't mean she did. But when you're trying to retrace your steps and trying to figure out what happened, why didn't he come home? Why didn't he answer the phone? I've been calling him nonstop. He never does this. Even when we're in a fight, he doesn't not answer this many times in a row. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is that the reason why he's not answering? Because the first thing that you go into your mind is not, oh, he went into the party that I dropped him off at and they killed him. I'm sure that dawned on her at some point during that day, but not initially. And now that excited utterance is being taken as some malicious, malevolent confession from an evil mastermind. She said I hit him. That is that. So her saying that allegedly, which then people, backtrack and reframe and say she actually said this and not that. That little phrase, let's just say she did say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Even if she said that, that's enough evidence to prove her guilt. But everything else we've gone through doesn't make them guilty at all? No. And they asked, when did you stop believing this was manslaughter? And she said like 3 weeks ago. So that means within the 5th week of trial is when she's like, okay, this is not a manslaughter type thing. And it's when she was talking about the DNA evidence. This goes so overlooked, and I don't know why this was not nailed down more. The fact that they're talking about the DNA on the back of the car, how there was John's DNA and 2 other unidentified males. So 2 other people's DNA was also found, and they never tested people to figure out who was it. How are you going to say you have a thorough investigation when you have all these people? And then they said there were 5 people's DNA found on John O'Keefe's clothing. Who are these 5 people? If it's just him and it's just Karen and she was vengeful and she was this and she was that, why are all of these unidentified people's DNA everywhere? And they're still saying this is a book open, book shut kind of case. For me, the only reason you wouldn't try to see who all 5 of those people are, who all 3 of those people are, because I think it was 5 people's DNA was on John O'Keefe's shoe, and then 3 people's DNA were on the back of the Lexus, I believe. And something tells me if you DNA swabbed everyone in the house, you would have got a few more matches. And truly, if they did that, that would have confirmed whether or not he was in the house. Kinda. They could probably talk around it and say the DNA got on them at the bar, and it doesn't mean he went into the house. But if he didn't interact with one of them and somehow their DNA is still on his shoe, but they're saying he didn't go in the house. Interesting. But after everything she saw after 8 weeks, she is 100% convinced John O'Keefe went inside that house and something happened to him. And 80 to 90% of us out here agree. I feel like everyone who thinks she's actually guilty just doesn't like her, like as a human. And sure, I guess, I don't know, maybe I personally tried to stay away from as many of her statements as possible that weren't brought out in trial so that I didn't project or taint my perception with bias. I don't get why so many people hate her. Maybe she said something here and something there that I'm not aware of, but she just seems like, I don't know. My thing is like, I don't fault her for acting any kind of way. These people were trying to frame her and send her to prison for life. And all of this stuff that we've been talking about, they wanted that swept under the rug. They would have never brought any of that back up again. And they still won't, which is why we have to keep putting the pressure on, which is why it's great when jurors like her come forward and tell us her experience, tell us what she got from the prosecution, what she got from the evidence, and tell us that she and the other jurors are mad as hell that they wasted this much money trying this case.
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
But with all that said, I think we are officially done with the jurors, and now we're going to move on to I don't even know what to call this next section. Just the McAlberts do a whole interview, and I don't know why. I don't know why.
The criminal justice system has let us down at every turn, and yesterday was the final letdown.
And that's why we're here, because there's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case, because no one protects you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time, some of the key players in the Karen Reed trial sitting down for an exclusive interview. His friend, Jennifer McCabe, and her husband, Matt, former Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert, and his wife, Nicole, and his brother, Chris Albert. All five of them pulled into the center of this high-profile case and now speaking out.
And I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because...
Your son is guilty. Oops. Did I say that out loud? You stayed quiet because you wanted this to be swept under the rug, and you wanted her to go to prison for life so that you wouldn't have to. Okay, this is so messy. Ariana, what are you doing here?
New episode of Queen Radio happening. Ariana, what are you doing here?
Why are y'all giving an interview? This is wild. You didn't testify this trial. If you did, that makes sense, but I'm pretty sure Jen McCabe is like the only one who testified this trial. All of them testified the first trial, all of them a hot ass mess the first trial. And now they think they need to, quote, defend themselves and come out here. Come on, be real. How, you have to know this because you're a grown adult with ideally a fully formed brain, that after receiving as much hate as you complain about receiving, going on national television is not going to alleviate this. How do you think there is anything you could say now that would save you in the eyes of the public? But you have to come out because it didn't go your way. It didn't go the way you planned, this whole group chat. Because I'm pretty sure, wasn't it everyone who's sitting down right now, weren't they all in the group chat that said, tell them the guy never went in the house?
You then texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house.
What?
Correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text.
What?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
Ruh-roh.
Tell them the guy never went in the house.
Oh! That's part of the same text.
Wow.
That's part of the same text.
Holy shit, what?
Who was the guy?
What?
What? Your group text is tell them the guy never went in the house? Sir, this is your group this is your group text.
The criminal justice system has let us down at every turn. Isn't that you? Are you not a Boston cop? Are y'all not all law enforcement, family, connected? Did you let yourselves down? I don't think you did. I think you gave yourself the best chance you absolutely possibly could, and you're mad that people had a magnifying glass on this case, because if not, you 100% would have gotten away with it. Absolutely. Especially with Judge Bev there. She was trying every way to give the prosecution as much as an advantage as possible to set up the T-ball for them to come in and just hit a home run. But she didn't realize that they brought a soccer ball to a baseball game. I don't know sports metaphors. But they weren't playing the same game, I know that. And so now you're here again to try to manipulate yet again. How many times do y'all have to fail at manipulating an audience for you to understand? I mean, the truth of it, the real truth, anytime I hear with this exclusive interview, what does that mean? That means we paid them to where no one else will be interviewing them. You will not see them interviewed by anyone else because it's an exclusive interview, meaning they got paid ducats. And that's why I don't care about the jurors coming out, because they actually did their job. These people are just people who could have minded their own business from the beginning, but didn't, inserted themselves into a larger degree than it needed to be, did shady move after shady move, and now are mad that people were like, hey, why did you make all these shady moves? And I guess you're tired of hearing that question, so now you're giving an interview. Oh gosh, this could only end horrifically.
We were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
Free Karen Reed!
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like, some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered, and it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed Reed for O'Keefe's death, the defense said this group of family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night. Ever since, their lives becoming open season for endless conspiracy theories.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us to the sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us support cop killers.
Well, I mean, are they wrong though? No, I'm not saying anything definitively. These are just my opinions, but y'all are sitting up here like we didn't watch the same two trials. Y'all were in there in person. We all saw it live stream. We all heard what you had to say, and it didn't track. So why are we up here now trying to say, oh, we're the victims, we're innocent? What did Chris say? Pawns. We're not even real people. I mean, that happens with anyone who's in a viral case. You become more of a symbol of that case and less of the person behind that, you know? Whether that's fair or not, that is just normally what happens. However, you want to talk about dehumanization? How about the fact that Karen Reed was dehumanized from the beginning of this investigation?
You believed, Trooper Proctor, that your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
No. Like I had said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me with that figure of speech.
Well, let's talk about your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation?
I'd say based off that language.
He doesn't know what that word means, Jackson.
Yes.
And you admitted, in your own words, that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct. The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because you were going to make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right? It would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job, in your words.
Yeah.
Who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Oh, shit.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. My emotions got the best of me.
And you all have kept it going. How many horrible things have you said about this woman without blinking under oath? Trying to get her convicted and sent to prison for life when each and every one of you knows for a fact to the core of your being that she didn't do this. Because it's as clear and plain as day. Yet y'all are the victims. To my knowledge, none of y'all are dead and none of y'all are in prison. So you have people who are upset at you and are letting you know, because it's also like y'all have had years and countless opportunities to clear up the record, to actually tell the truth. Because even if there is some validity to what you say in some of your claims, you've told so many lies that you haven't backtracked. Only under oath, when you have been confronted with the lie, have you backtracked. but you have stayed firm to your beliefs and to your opinions that have been time and time again disproven and found to be manipulated or just inaccurate the whole time. Brian Albert has the nerve to get up there and say, all we did was our civic duty and we came and told the truth. You did? You told the truth about those missing phone calls that you said never happened, the butt dials?
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
Isn't it true that at the other hearing you indicated that at or around the 2:22 time frame, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Oh, you nasty. 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 You nasty. Little nasty.
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
There's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No.
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No.
It's not easy for me to admit that I've been standing in the same place for 18 years.
Well, I've been standing with you. I've been right here with you, Troy. I got a life too. I gave 18 years of my life to stand in the same spot as you. Don't you think I ever wanted other things? Don't you think I had dreams and hopes? What about my life? What about me?
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
What about me?
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
You had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
That's suspicious.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
That's weird. And you want to know what else is funny?
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
In regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls, starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
That's suspicious.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
That's weird.
You told the truth that you just happenstantially upgraded your phone the day before you got a preservation order.
And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
That's suspicious.
You told the truth that you happened to sell your generational home out of nowhere. And I found out the Alberts are a huge family. Brian Albert is the oldest of 7 children, and he has 5 children of his own. And that house was in their family. Gone. So you told the truth about that? You told the truth about the dog?
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
That's
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2023.
whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Right.
suspicious.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May.
Just months after the incident we were discussing.
That's weird.
They don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed?
Rehomed.
Rehomed.
Was rehomed.
Okay. All you came in there to do was defend yourself because you didn't really have any information that could convict Karen Reed. Why? Because you didn't see it. You weren't an eyewitness. It happened in front of your house. I mean, you are a literal eyewitness to the actual murder, but to the story that you are asserting, you weren't an eyewitness. You got woken up and were told it. So why are you on the stand? Why are we questioning you for this many hours, for this long, if you were just doing your civic duty and you just came in there to tell the truth? You came in there because you didn't have a choice. And you want to say we didn't do anything wrong? Who's we? Are you talking about specifically the people sitting before us? Or are you saying the we of all of y'all in general? Because if it's all of y'all in general, then where's Brian Higgins? Where's Colin Albert? Why is everyone else not coming forward, get this little gravy train, get some extra money to get their opinions as well? Why? Because they know that they would look just as foolish as all of you all do, coming up here to say, oh, this is so sad, woe is me. And that's what I didn't like about their testimonies in general, especially Jen McCabe's. How many times she brought up in the first trial, especially, the harassment she was receiving, how she's like, they're doing these pictures and things with my daughter online, which horrible, but I mean, like, the internet is horrible. And they just kept going on, and we're getting harassed, we're being called murderers, we're doing this, we're doing that.
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach. They take pictures. They post it. They threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I'm a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness, and these people are terrorizing me.
Ew! Nobody cares. Like, learn to speak when spoken to.
Sustained as to that part.
I don't care about that. That's not what we're on trial for. We're on trial to investigate the murder of John O'Keefe, and you're talking about the hate you've received afterwards? No. What happened that night? Why does none of it make sense? Why is Jen McCabe just happenstantially awake and ready to go with Karen when she needs, calls Carrie to help them go search? Well, actually, what we found out in the second trial, that's why it always blows my mind, these things that we only found out in the second trial, like the x-rays. In the second trial, we find out she called her sister, Nicole, at 5:07 a.m., almost an hour before they actually show up looking for John. So it doesn't make any sense why that's not on her mind, especially since it was the first thing on her mind, almost as if she was calling to give them a heads up, as in, I'm going to take her on the runaround of, well, maybe he's over here, maybe he's over there. I'm going to play dumb, and then once we've searched at all these places, I'm going to be like, well, maybe he's at Brian's house? Who knows? And then we go over there, and the stage is set. It's just so shady to me, and this interview is just another nail in the coffin for me. Innocent people don't do this. They don't do this. Because also it's like, what are you doing? You testified beforehand. These are the exact same things. You said you didn't do it the first time. Now you're on TV saying we still didn't do it. Oh, this is so sad that this happened to that family. That annoys me to no end, because how dare you, first and foremost. Even if you're going to distance yourself and say, I didn't have anything to do with the murder, Karen Reed didn't either. And you're playing in that family's face and saying, this is what happened. Believe me, we love you, da, da, da. And I brought this up before, but I come from a small town. That is like my origins. And I looked up the population of Canton, which people have called a small town. It is 4 times the size of my hometown. I understand these small town politics. This is very much after a death, you come over, you knock on the door, you say, "Hi, I made dinner for you for a week. We just wanted to come in and make sure that you're okay, to check in with you. How are you doing?" And obviously, you're not going to assume the killer is going to come into your house and ask how you're doing and try to be there and support you. But time and time again, you see that the O'Keefes were brought in at very strategic moments, particularly by Jennifer McCabe. How when the FBI approaches her and say, "Are you Jennifer McCabe?" she says, "No, I'm my sister," pretends to be her sister. So they call her phone and she's like, "Oh, yeah, this is me. Can I have a quick moment?" And she goes up and she takes 5-10 minutes. She says she didn't talk to anyone. Come out at trial, she talked to 5 people. And I think originally, if she did admit to talking to anyone at first, it was only like 1 or 2, not 5 people. And then out of the people, it's like your husband, the sister, another Albert, someone else, and Peggy O'Keefe.
The agents asked you, let me go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct? Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes.
At any moment?
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
Only one person can talk at a time.
You said the word no.
She was finishing her answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are 2 officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, "Can I come in and ask you questions?" At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone calls.
So next question.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else, those 2 law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection. Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe? Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call him back and say, "I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you, and I'd better clear that lie up"?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that. Next, yes.
You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten.
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's
Thank
office.
you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying.
Objection. I'll allow that.
Correct?
Why are you calling the O'Keefes when you are being questioned by the FBI? Wouldn't that be something you take to them afterwards? But if you're trying to make sure you have a tight grip over them and that they know your side of the story before anyone else, you always have to make sure you update them to get your spin ahead of it. And that's what we see at every single time. This family has been uncomfortably close, in my opinion, to the O'Keefes, to the point where it is past I'm just checking in on you. And I don't know, it feels mutated, it feels disingenuous, and I don't like it. Because there's just no innocent explanations for so many of their behaviors, and they're not even trying to explain it away. They're just saying, no, she did it. I can't tell you or explain to you why I made all those butt dials, all those Google searches, all these destroyed phones, all these this and that. I have no explanation for that. My only explanation is that she did it.
After 3+ years, the saga wrapped up yesterday. Reed captured celebrating at dinner with her father, and today seen walking with her attorney, Alan Jackson.
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Meanwhile, O'Keefe's family and friends struggling with the verdict.
I'm just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday, and I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed forever.
Why speak out now after the verdict?
We took what we thought was the high road. Right. Let the court do its job.
What does that mean? We took what we thought was the high road, let the courts do its job. Does that mean the low road, you're going to take it into your own hands and attack her? That's what that says to me. We were going to do the right thing and let the authorities take care of it instead of the wrong thing that we wanted to do and get revenge, I guess? No. Y'all took the lowest, dirtiest, slimiest road imaginable by putting on this whole show, ducking and dodging responsibility at every single chance you can, and placing the blame on anyone else but yourselves. I really don't like how this interview is kind of framed. They said John O'Keefe's friends and family, how they're reacting. These people are not his friends. I'm sorry. You can't talk the way you talked about, quote, the guy, Matt McCabe, if you want to try to act all high and mighty now. We said we were going to take the high road. You didn't want to take any road because you didn't even know the guy. And when Nicole says they couldn't get justice for their family, she looks down because she knows they were never going to get justice because they can't get justice because of the people sitting on the screen. But then she immediately changes to, they didn't get justice, our lives are changed forever. Okay, why do we keep going back to you, right? This shouldn't be about y'all as much as you make it about you. But the more you make it about you is the more we see that it is about you. Meanwhile, Karen Reed, I don't know, has Karen Reed done an interview that I just missed? I'm sure she's made little statements here, and I'm sure she's probably waiting on the documentary and the book or all of that stuff. But I don't see her coming out here on this press tour saying, I need to tell my side. She's the one who actually never testified, never fully got out her side of the story, except through, a cut-up documentary that's going to frame her answers the way they need them to be framed for their own purposes. But we never got her raw, uninterpreted answers to just general questions, not just rage bait questions and yada yada. So if anything, it would make sense for her to finally break her silence and go forward and do more interviews. But there's absolutely no reason why these people should be getting interviews. No one asked for this. No one really cares about their opinion, honestly. Because you lied so many times, why do we care? What are we supposed to do? Oh, thank you. You came up with some more fresh lies or some self-pity for us to do what with? I don't know. I'm just fighting to understand the point of all of this. That's not completely self-serving.
Did John ever come in the house?
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
Brian Albert says he and Nicole only found out about John's death when Jen McCabe, who is Nicole's sister, barged into their bedroom.
She was just upset, and I immediately thought something had happened to one of her children or one of my children, because why else is she in my bedroom at 6:30 in the morning right now?
And what did she tell you?
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I said, what the are you talking about, Jen? And I'm like, who? I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it together.
I didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
I don't know. Maybe because 3 or 4 people in your house invited him over multiple times and asked to make sure, are you coming over? Where are you? Why wouldn't he be at your house? You should have been asking that question last night. If you didn't know that he was supposed to be over there and no one had ever brought that up, then you could be like, why on earth would he be there? But if you know that people had made plans for him to be there and he wasn't there, Why would this be so confusing, the idea that he is near your house, when the original plan was for him to be there? No. And then it's this whole, she barges in at 6:30 and I thought something with my kids. Cause I'm like, does she have a key to your house? Is she just barging in willy-nilly? Maybe she does, and that's just fine with y'all. She should have done that sooner if she was actually innocent. However, if you just found out at 6:30 a.m., come on, then Nicole Albert, please explain the 507 phone call from Jen McCabe to your phone. Your sister calling you an hour and a half before she allegedly barges in your room and alerts you for the first time. And they keep saying, oh, we didn't have a call. Okay, the phone said it was answered, right? So who are we supposed to believe? You all who lie again and again and again, or the actual technology that has exposed you all?
So massively confusing. There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer. I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It makes zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
I mean, that would make more sense than what you did, which was nothing. And that's just such a false equivalence that makes the suggestion sound absurd. Oh my gosh, someone died on my front lawn and there was fire trucks and ambulances and cop cars and my sister-in-law and friends who were just at my house or whatever. And you expected me to go outside? What? I mean, neighbors are nosy. People go out in the morning whenever you hear any kind of drama. But there's a dead body on your front yard and you are shocked that people are shocked that you didn't come out the house? No. I believe you didn't come out of the house because you couldn't come out the house. Because then that would direct someone to go into the house. I mean, they should have gone into the house anyway. But if you're still cleaning up mess, if you're still moving things around, I can guarantee you're saying you were woken up out of a sleep. Bullshit. Hands down. I can guarantee you didn't sleep at all that night. After you kill a cop, and you've been talking with Brian Albert for hours and trying to coordinate things, and Jen McCabe's making Google searches, making calls that are all butt dials that no one's answering, but people are answering. With that much adrenaline, you're awake. And they called Jen out at trial about when you're there, when you're calling the cops, and you're this and you're that, and you have no idea what's going on, and you see a dead body in front of your sister's lawn, not in front of it, on your sister's lawn. You don't go in there to check?
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You were staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McKay?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked the 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and scream for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those two very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have two more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct, she didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
Which even that is absurd. So you're saying because you know he didn't go into the party last night, which would have been around midnight to your understanding, 12:30, whatever, that means that nothing possibly could have happened to anyone in the house now that it's 6:30, 6 hours later. And you just assume I was not worried about a single person in that house because I know John didn't go in. And she's saying she hit him, she had the cracked tail light, and he's right. You just solved the whole case right then and there, didn't you? No. Any normal person would be completely freaked out, and no one's going to just assume that that was it. My thing is, if you think that she hit him, why don't you think she went in and attacked your sister too? You think she just stopped there? How do you know? Unless you know.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened.
You don't immediately start banging on the door saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" John is dead outside, even though on the 911 call you're saying there's a man that we found in the snow or whatever.
You said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story.
So to her, giving specific information is not saying John O'Keefe, his specific identity and name, but saying a man in the snow. You realize you probably would have gotten a faster response if you just leaned into the stereotype and said, we have an officer down. He's a police officer. He's passed out in the snow, unresponsive. Get here immediately. That would have made more sense to me. But when you say there's a man in the snow, it either sounds like A, you don't know who he is, or B, you don't want other people to know who he is. I'm going to go with both, honestly.
I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
I don't know. If you were really close friends and you're calling the police, I don't think you would just immediately say, man. My first inclination would be like, my friend is down and unresponsive. He is a 6 foot whatever man, da-da-da-da-da. But my first instinct is not to neutralize this person and distance them as just a person I don't know. But if they are a person I don't know, then that's just going to be my default of how I refer to them. But yeah, if you got the yellow tape and you put it around the fire hydrant, that would have been more official than the investigation that happened anyway. And you had the BS to say, I'm not a Canton cop. You are a police officer. It is your house, your private property. That is your job. Your job is to keep track of what happens on your private property. If someone dies on your private property, it is your job to figure out why, how, and what to do next. And I think you asked yourself all those questions that night anyway.
Over the course of the night, Reed called and texted John 52 times. She then called Jen asking for help to find John. Karen previously telling me she and John had gotten into an argument that night.
Would you say that you were angry with John that night?
Yes.
Could you have been angry enough and slightly drunk because he had annoyed you that in the fit of rage you just backed up and
Never.
tried to tap him?
Would
Not
never
to try to kill him, but try to...
to tap him with my 6,000-pound full-size SUV. And to hit John's body with my car. No.
And that response rings more true for me. And I get it that it is, shrouded with more bias now just because of my stance on this whole case. But the key difference between how she's answering and how everyone else is answering is she's not shying away from anything that may look bad or may look guilty. Were you angry with John that night? Yes, she was. She's admitting that. And unfortunately, right after that, you can see the regret in her eyes. And then she looks down and it looks like she's accessing that memory. And it's not a pleasant memory. So I'm more inclined to believe this response. It aligns with what she is saying that she did and how she was feeling. Meanwhile, when we look at the McAlberts, there's no emotion there. The only time they have emotion is they're angry at what's happening to them, not what happened to John. They're not angry that there were all these holes in the investigation. They're not angry that the police dropped the ball again and again and that every juror came forward and said their poor investigation was a key reason why we could not possibly find her guilty of second-degree murder.
If she didn't do it, who did?
That's not my job. So, I mean, something did happen to Mr. O'Keefe, and it's foul play or whatever you want to say, but there was no evidence to even, through multiple witnesses and testimony by his autopsy and everything, there was still no one said to solid evidence that there was a collision or he got hit by a car.
What brought the ones who felt she was guilty over to the not guilty side? Was there anything in particular that seemed to resonate with them?
It's hard to tell from my position. You'd have to ask them about it. But in my opinion, I think it was just due to the poor investigation. There's just too many holes. And, it's hard to prove that the collision happened. So if there's reasonable doubt,
I have
reasonable
doubts
that happened or that there may have been foul play, if there's room for that, then it's hard to come to a guilty verdict.
Jimenez says there were holes in the investigation, but she stopped short of saying she believes someone else killed John O'Keefe or that there was a police cover-up.
I'm not there to say the defense's story was right or wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there could have been other circumstances that happened. So I think there was things that we saw, things that we heard, the evidence that could have fit that scenario. So again, that's the whole doubt thing.
I mean, I just want to tell them it's not our fault that Karen Reed is not convicted, even if there's any chance she's guilty of something, of hurt him somehow. The Commonwealth and the investigators didn't do their jobs to prove that to us. So we couldn't charge her with anything.
I spoke with a juror tonight who told me she believes a collision did not occur.
Overall, a lot of the evidence had caused reasonable doubt. And that was enough for us not to convict.
Even the jurors were more upset than the McAlberts were with this investigation. They're only upset with the outcome because it doesn't exonerate them and they don't like the hate or what's happening to them, while also saying that they're so sad that this happened to the O'Keefes and that John was your friend and this and that. The more answers they give, the more self-serving it sounds. And it just makes me question, again, why would you give your statement to just amplify your motives?
But what raised eyebrows at Reed's trial was a defense theory about a Google search Jen had made about how long it takes to die in the cold. The defense claiming she searched it before O'Keefe's body was found.
So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m. how long to die in the cold? What's your answer?
She asked me to do it.
She asked her to Google hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that.
At outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
Yeah, because it's unbelievable. You are trying to tell us that the Cellbrite report, the Cellbrite technology that most law enforcement and government agencies use in order to do phone extractions, that system is incorrect. And only you are telling the truth with your word of mouth that you did not make that search, how long Haas Long to die in cold at 2:27 in the morning. And then you made the same search 2 more times at 6:24 or 6:23 and 6:24. All 3 of them were misspelled. You had the first misspelling at the 2:27 a.m., then you had a different misspelling at the 6:23 a.m., then you remembered, oh wait, and at 6:24, a minute later, you corrected that misspelling to the original 2:27 a.m. search. So you had to go back and correctly spell the incorrect spelling. Just... And then you have no answer. It doesn't matter what I say. Well, they asked you what happened. You said, I don't know. You'll have to ask Cellbrite.
You see this first search that says Haas Long to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27.
AM or PM?
AM.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Haas Long to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search, right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning and 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one, at 6:24, it says Haas Long to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. My eyes aren't that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant, yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is, your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 2:27. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 227, correct?
I'm sure Celebrite will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then, of those 3 searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrite report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
So that's why no one believes you, because you're bold-faced lying to us, and we're the crazy ones for not believing you. It's so damaging because it's one of the most incriminating consciousness of guilt Google searches I've ever seen, to make hours before someone is found to have died and placed in the cold. Thank you, Linda the Train, for always coming in at the perfect timing. I'll give you a little behind the scenes. I can hear Linda coming just a little bit before you all, so I know I have like a few seconds to wrap up my thoughts, but she really does come in right when I need her.
The group also hoping to clear up rumors regarding the Albert's dog, Chloe, who had been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog was involved in O'Keefe's death.
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack. Those marks are from teeth.
They've known for 2 years where Chloe is. The state shared it with them.
So if they wanted to take DNA evidence from Chloe the dog and match it to possible DNA evidence on John O'Keefe, they could have matched it.
Absolutely.
But now with the trial behind them, they say they're still faced with threats against them and their families, but hope to continue calling this community their home.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we grew up in. We didn't do anything wrong. We all contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
Because you also contributed to a cover-up and a frame job that cost the citizens of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts millions of dollars just so your son, particularly Chris Albert, and the rest of your family doesn't have to be implicated, and that nothing happens to you, and that you get to enjoy your town. Meanwhile, John is dead. And every single time we hear from you, it always turns back to you. Why are you not more outraged for John if you're actually his friends? Because you're not. And I've been meaning to bring this up, but especially Chris Albert over here, we didn't do anything wrong. Y'all want to act like y'all so nice now when y'all literally would make fun of John. Because John was very particular about his lawn. He loved his lawn. Look, my dad loves mowing the grass. I don't know why. He mows 3 people's lawns in our family just because. So I understand someone who is particular about their lawn and the effort it takes for proper upkeep for people who do care that much about their lawn. In the past, there's incidences where Colin Albert and his friend would cut through his lawn because it's a little shortcut and he's a snot-nosed kid who of course is going to do that. That is not out of the realm of possibility. So they would go back and forth, get off my lawn, and they compared him. Chris Albert knew of these tensions. How do we know? Because in his family, it was a complete joke. They called him some movie character who was a get off my lawn type of guy, and he was even listed in Julie Albert's phone as this mythical character person that is in an attempt to make fun of him.
Can you explain for the jury who or what is Nebercracker?
Excuse me, what you call me?
What is Nebercracker?
Yes.
Like the character?
That's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nebercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
Get off my lawn! Oh, trespasser! Do you want to be eaten alive? No! Get out of here!
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nevercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nevercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nevercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
So the words "not correct" we have not heard, which means the answer is correct.
Complained to you about things that Colin was doing.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
You can answer that. What's your answer to
That is not correct.
And you see how quick the switch up is. As soon as Colin Albert's name is brought up, nope, incorrect, never was there, nothing happened. He's a perfect little angel. He never did anything wrong. Which y'all just keep getting caught in lie after lie. You wouldn't call him what you call him if you did not know of instances that would remind you of this person from Monster House or whatever. And Colin Albert's up on the stand lying too, saying, I never got in a fight. I'm not violent. I'm not this. Alan Jackson turns to the screen, hits the reel, and it's just...
Indicated on cross-examination, you've never been in a fight.
No.
Indicating that you have no violent tendencies and no violent proclivities, correct?
Nope.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
A few moments later. A few minutes later.
Yo, you're Benton's boys.
6.5 hours later.
I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will f*** you all up. Pull up.
A few inches later.
You're
Do you remember anything about this case?
Jackson showed a picture of Albert taken less than a month after John O'Keefe's death with bruises on his knuckles. The defense has said O'Keefe was killed during a fight. Albert said he got hurt when he slipped on a driveway.
And you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Seriously?
I will beat all your
The defense also played social media videos of Albert making profanity-laced comments to other teens while in high school.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
The prosecutor called it a juvenile beef about girls. Albert said he'd never actually been in a fight, except maybe with his brothers. Jackson then asked about Albert's ties to Trooper Michael Proctor, whom Albert knows through his family, and who Jackson suggested gave the Alberts preferential treatment.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay.
You are that kind of boy who would try to pick a fight with anyone. I don't know. Maybe I'm just rude. He don't look like he have hands. What I see, I'm like, I feel like you ride your family's name through a lot of these fights.
John was OCD about the lawn. His kids traversing through his lawn. And this has become the family joke.
Whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
Wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
We have the second photo, please.
Okay.
John's house in the background there?
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right and Julie on the left, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, we can take that photo now. To the text that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night.
They think it's a lighthearted joke, but it only adds to this undercutted animosity given how you all are presenting now and how you have put yourself above and first. This isn't sorrow for what happened to John O'Keefe. It's sorrow that it's happening to your family, that everyone's brought into it. And nothing would happen to you if you did not take your own actions to help make this go away. Y'all are out here, Julie's giving Michael Proctor thank you gifts for taking this over.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Oh, what?
Yes.
Courtney Proctor. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. Thank you for what? Thank you for not implicating our family. Thank you for making sure there was no blowback on us, members of law enforcement. Thank you for making sure that it was Karen Reed, no matter what. That's what that sounds like.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
A
Referring
gift.
to a gift. For my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
Fucking, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Because I try for these to be more informative and I try to control my potty mouth. But get the F out of here, man. Get out of here with that.
Thank you for taking this away from my son, Colin. You know, Colin, the person you've known since he was a child.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You consider the Proctor family close to your family?
Yeah.
And y'all were in the same wedding party, and Colin was the ring bearer or whatever, and y'all sat at the head of the table, you know.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
Just casual things strangers do together, to the point where Michael Proctor's over here saying he has no connections to them and barely knows any of them.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
Which is why you're just out here texting him.
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
All willy-nilly.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months.
What kind of gym?
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
Once in a while.
I thought he said he didn't know any of the Alberts. But now we're getting to, okay, well, your sister's besties with Julie Albert, and you've worked with Kevin Albert. You're members of a gym together. You spend time together, but you don't know any of the Alberts. Does Kevin not count? So more Alberts that you know.
So it went beyond professional, right?
Because I had forgotten about Kevin.
Yeah, acquaintances. I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well, let's look at that. This case involves a Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct?
Right.
Loosely.
Chris Albert. Loosely?
Yes.
This is the point where it doesn't matter what his answers are. The questions. Get him with the questions. Because now everything he says, the answer is the opposite. The true answer is the opposite.
Julie Albert. Loosely?
Yes.
Colin Albert. Loosely?
Yes.
Get him.
Kevin Albert. Loosely?
Oh!
Yes. Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser.
This is looping. He's looping in his words that hurt him because, you know, loosely is a load of shit. He's looping that into each of his questions. So well done.
Oh wait, I guess I do know almost all of them. This is sorrow and outrage over how it's affected them. So I'm not really buying the whole pity party parade.
There have been threats to your lives. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Whether it's phone calls, text messages, emails, crazy Unabomber type letters to people's houses.
Brian believes the targeting of witnesses in this case sets a dangerous precedent.
And what's the blueprint?
The blueprint is pick out witnesses, destroy their reputations, attack them, malign them, torture their kids, torture anybody that ever knew them, make them not testify. And while doing so, taint the jury pool.
Nicole, you've been very quiet throughout the interview.
Yeah, I'm just very sad. What has happened to all of us, it's just heartbreaking.
What has happened to all of us? Exactly. This is only a self-serving interview. And there are beliefs that this interview is just to aid in the Turtle Boy investigation. I haven't really looked into that. I don't really know what's happening there. But that's what's next up on the docket. So I don't know, I guess. But this is the dumbest thing, because Karen Reed just got slammed in her trial when they used clippings from the documentary. Do you not think if you go to this trial, they're not going to use clippings from this? And the defense will have access to the unedited full interview, because you can tell these answers are chopped up. So we will have no clue what their actual answers were and the context they were delivered in. But that's just a summary of this whole thing. It's just so sad what happened to us. Now, I will be upfront. I do not support any threats, death threats, harm, or harassment to anyone, because who even are you, right? That does nothing for people but just spread more hate and anger. The people who deserve to be outraged, you can feel how you feel. Still don't threaten anyone. That's so dumb. It's one thing to express your outrage online in a comment or something like that. You don't need to direct it to them. And if you are receiving it, I mean, I feel bad for you, but also you continue to do your actions which outrage people. Case in point, stop blaming us for the reason you are receiving harassment. You are saying people are picking out people in trials and doing this and doing that. No, it's just this trial. This trial is completely unique because we normally never have this many people who are connected to one another in problematic ways, with problematic statements, problematic actions, and problematic motives. So people are harassing you all because nothing has happened to you. You're receiving backlash from the public, but in terms of your livelihood, you are free. Whatever happened that night in that house, y'all got away with murder so far. And I don't believe anyone sitting in these chairs directly caused his death. But you're an accessory to murder if you even attempted to help cover this up. And there's more than enough evidence to support that than there is evidence to disprove that. Speak your truth, Linda. You need to let them know. And honestly, if someone did not go inside your house at all that night, it should not be hard to disprove that you're involved in his murder. And yet both trials, it seems like all of them were fighting for their lives. If they didn't have the Commonwealth on their side and they chose who they wanted to prosecute, and they were in a neutral space where people actually abided by the rules and ethically sought out people, they all would be charged. Tampering with evidence, deleting evidence, witness tampering, the list goes on and on and on. And of course, these are all rumors, just rumors that I believe. I'm not asserting these as facts, but I believe this more than I believe any story that the Commonwealth or these people have presented from the beginning. All right, now next we are going to move on to Michael Proctor. Because of course, Michael Proctor had to come out of the woodwork. This is even more random than the McAlberts. The McAlberts, at least one of them testified this time. Michael Proctor was this hidden boogeyman that luckily escaped the line of fire this time because he got baked alive on trial last time. You escaped that punishment. No, you didn't, because you decided to come back out and remind everyone exactly how awful you really are. And I couldn't find the interview by itself. And again, I wasn't going to pay for something and this and that. So I found Loophole Lawyer or Looper Lawyer, whichever the channel name is. It'll be linked down below. And he reacts to it. So I'm going to react to his reaction. So make sure you go follow him.
This is Michael Proctor. A former Massachusetts state trooper who was the lead investigator tasked with determining who killed John O'Keefe.
There's a little more emotion involved.
That afternoon, Proctor and Buchanan interviewed Brian Albert, who told them John never came inside his house.
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
Jennifer McCabe, she also says
John never came in the house.
During my training and experience, I've been to pedestrian strikes where Both shoes are right at the point of impact. People get ripped completely out of their clothing, and their clothes are at the point of impact.
Correct. And do you see how those cases are different than this case? One case, you would probably have actual injuries. You want to say like, oh, getting hit by a car, he can get knocked out of his clothes. That's why the shoes were wherever they were. However, to get knocked back that far, other injuries have to occur that were not present.
Your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who was hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
And then he says it's because he's only seen car crashes, or the car crashes he's seen happen at high speeds. This is not one of those high-speed incidences based off of what you all asserted. You asserted she was going like 20 plus miles an hour, which would still do way more damage than what we saw on his body. But whatever.
And their clothes are at the point of impact.
They noticed damage to the right rear taillight.
This is interesting. ABC showed a police report which indicates taillight to be shattered. And as we know now, it was shattered not at 34 Fairview, but at the Sallyport garage in Canton.
In their official police report, they describe it as shattered.
It's a large housing unit, so a significant chunk is missing from that taillight.
Trooper Michael Proctor is relieved of duty effective immediately.
Suspended without pay. I just remember dropping on my knees and laying on my lawn, like crying. I couldn't even talk. I was complete hysterics. And I just remember my mother being like, what? And I kind of gathered myself, and I'm like, they relieved me of duty. What really got me was my union rep. He had to come over to my house and pick up all my uniforms. And the one time I broke down was putting my Class A uniform. You know, you go through a 6-month academy, and you're very proud to put that uniform on.
6-month academy, boy, get out of here with that. You know how many years these degrees took? 6-month academy. John O'Keefe is dead, okay? I bet it was more sad when they had to take his uniforms away. Not a disgraced former trooper who got in trouble from breaking almost every rule imaginable. Terrible chain of evidence, horrible communication about and with witnesses, to your supervisors using inappropriate language.
As you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone.
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
It did not, no.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
And documenting nothing but bias against this woman. I know you didn't think those text messages and anything would come out, but are you not in the same position where you see people get caught in this every day, where you are testifying in cases where people got their Google searches or their phones confiscated and it completely ruined their case or lives because what they wrote on that phone got out? And now you're shocked that stuff happened to you with the same exact thing. Really, the one time you broke down was over your uniforms, not over a fellow officer dying? But the uniforms, that's it for you. I wish I was shocked.
Wah, I can't wear my uniform. Wah. How do you think Karen felt putting on a jail uniform and facing potentially wearing it for the rest of her life?
In March, the State Police Trial Board dishonorably discharges Michael Proctor on 2 charges.
I don't know any trooper that's been punished for personal text messages on their personal phone, let alone fired.
Nice. Cheers to that. I don't really know what the last part of that was, but see, this is why it is so annoying to deal with this whole group, because you're over here trying to revise history of, I don't know anyone who was fired over personal text messages. They haven't been. You weren't fired only for your horrific text messages. You were fired for this whole handling of this case, including giving people confidential information.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Oh, what?
Yes.
Courtney Proctor. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift.
Updating everyone around this case that is not supposed to know about this.
Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone. Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well.
That's too much information for Kevin Albert to have about this case when he's supposed to be completely recused from it. He shouldn't have any information on the case whatsoever.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation.
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses? And he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, Yuri and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Why would this be a bad idea? Because then he can contact those witnesses, talk to them, and help them to coordinate their statement. And I'm not saying that he did do that or he would do that, but there is the appearance that he can do that.
Your sister is not supposed to know about this. Kevin Albert, who was recused with the Canton Police Department, is not supposed to have all these details. Yet you were just throwing it around willy-nilly and said anyone who wants to know something, as long as you're my friend, bring out a notepad. Oh, also, and you were drunk in your police cruiser after a night of drinking where Kevin Albert left his gun in your car.
I thought he said he didn't know any of the Alberts. But now we're getting to, okay, well, your sister's besties with Julie Albert, and you've worked with Kevin Albert. You're members of a gym together. You spend time together, but you don't know any of the Alberts. Does Kevin not count? So more Alberts that you know.
So it went beyond professional, right?
Because I had forgotten about Kevin.
Yeah, acquaintances. I don't consider that a relationship. It's
Well, let's look at that. In fact,
his memories
the two
are
of you
fresh.
got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning. Right?
What?
Objection.
Overruled. Bruh, did I leave my gun in your car? What the fuck?
I can't speak to any level of intoxication,
Bruh.
but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated. I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
This is breaking all the laws, all the rules, and you want to dilute that down into, I sent some inappropriate text messages on my personal phone. Yes, but you sent them to your personal supervisors about personal work you were doing for work. So it wasn't actually personal whatsoever. If you are using your personal phone to conduct work business or to update your bosses about workplace product, that is up for grabs. You don't get to just break the rules on your personal phone as long as your work phone is fine. No. But that just shows you that's what he took away from it. He could be told all of these things, and Jackson brought it up in the first opening of, do you know how hard it is for a state trooper to get fired?
So how did we end up here? How does Karen Reed end up sitting in that chair on trial for an event that literally never happened? Well, the evidence is going to explain it. And it can be summed up in the following text message at the very beginning of this investigation. A text message of a now fired Massachusetts state police officer named Michael Proctor. And that cancer has a name. And his name is Michael Proctor.
Was that a read?
Now, you didn't hear his name in the prosecution's opening statement. Not once. He was the lead investigator on the case officer, the architect of the entire prosecution. You'll learn there's not a single part of this case, folks, not a single part, that he didn't touch, that he didn't direct, that he didn't orchestrate personally. Every single bit of it has his fingerprints on it. You'll learn that Michael Proctor was a longtime family friend of the Alberts. And he's been disgraced by his own agency, not by us, by the Massachusetts State Police. Investigated, suspended, and fired.
Bon appetit!
The evidence will show that Massachusetts State Police found him guilty, found Michael Proctor guilty of bringing dishonor to the department for his conduct, not in some other case, not in some tangential case, in this case. The investigation of Karen Reed. Conduct that included bias in favor of his friends, the all-powerful Albert family, and bias against my client, Miss Reed, the outsider. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a state trooper to get fired? Well, the evidence is going to show that Michael Proctor earned it. Every bit of it.
And
Fired. Buchanan,
Trooper Bukaki,
whatever, his supervisor, his punishments for doing just as equally terrible things pretty much, or at least watching it happen and not trying to stop it whatsoever, he lost 5 vacation days and got reassigned to another office. That's normally the worst that happens to police officers in this situation. You get reassigned just so you're out of public eye, and you might lose some vacation days. You keep your job, you keep your pension, you keep your benefits, nothing really happens to you. You were so bad in this investigation, you were fired.
That she went see if McCarthy's, where she met John and some of his friends, and then went over to the waterfall and met a group there.
Why do we know the facts better than the lead investigator?
In that they were, it was Jen McCabe invited them back to Fairview Road.
Trooper Bukaki.
At night, state police investigators report finding pieces of red plastic taillight and a clear piece of plastic at the scene. Pieces that they say appear to match the missing pieces from Karen Reed's SUV.
Based on the investigation, what does the evidence tell you happened?
Later in the day, that collectively, as we all met as a unit, that
Owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word. What was that word?
Nope. Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because he had Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And
16 hours in, he knew Brian Albert had nothing to do with it.
you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
You hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
Nah, we don't need to go there.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
Nah.
Questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right? Did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes. You had the one shoe found at the scene, taillight pieces at the scene, the one shoe at the hospital, her statements. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? We knew. We were
Case over.
very confident. We knew that what had transpired.
Which was?
Karen Reed backed her Lexus vehicle into John O'Keefe.
I'm just going to hope for his sake that they chopped that answer up, because that's a horrible answer. Oh my gosh, this is just proof. Why are y'all on here giving interviews making yourself look worse? He goes up here and says, how do you know that she was guilty. Well, we had evidence. We had the shoe at the scene. We had the taillight pieces, you know, the pieces that weren't found until after Michael Proctor got involved and after multiple searches had already been conducted. And then the third one was, and we had the shoe at the hospital, and we had her statements. So we have one shoe, taillight pieces, the other shoe, her statement saying, I hit him, case closed, she hit him with the Lexus SUV. What? That is... I feel like that would be a hypothetical question on some type of exam or something where it's like, hey, where do you start to investigate if you know that you have one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital, let's just say some mythical taillight pieces in the grass, and you have a woman saying she hit him. This is kind of like the start of that hypothetical, which would be, how do you go and confirm this? What do you do next? Not Michael Proctor. He said case close. Got it. As if, and this is the one thing that I don't understand with the weight of statements. People lie all the time. I'm not saying Karen Reed lied. I'm saying she was just excited utterances throwing anything out there to try to figure out what is happening. What is she seeing before her? But even if it were, people lie all the time. Because there's no eyewitnesses, you don't know if there is someone else who showed up and she's trying to take the fall for them. You would have to do an investigation to figure that out. But no, you heard her statements, you found a pair of shoes, some taillight pieces that only you found, that no one found before you, Mr. Hotshot Detective. And he goes, and this was an investigation done to the satisfaction of my team. And what is this investigation? Well, we all huddled around in the police department and we kind of said, yeah, I think she's guilty. Case closed. What? I am so sorry for the people who live in Canton, because that is a horrible investigation. And he said it is to his satisfaction and to the satisfaction of everyone that was working that investigation, meaning they're all corrupt.
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who's the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this.
Ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
January 29th, 2022, he was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case, correct?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
All right. Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
I'm not saying they're actually all corrupt, but whatever system they have in place and whatever protocols that they allow to happen consistently without oversight is corruption. And it's honestly pathetic. You have a dead cop and you don't even give him the grace of more than 16, 17 hours until you just come up with a mythical conclusion that you then ride for the next 3-4 years, to flounder in trial twice, to be so disgraced by your piss poor investigation, that you're fired, and that the Commonwealth will not even call up saying they don't want anyone to hear your words because they are so poor. And he can barely even remember the sequence of events of, well, I think it was Jen McCabe who called, and then I guess they did this, and then I guess they did. Hey, how about before you go on TV, you review some shit? Because odds are they're going to ask you about the case. So you need to at least have your answers nailed down. But no, it's just, it is what it is. But this also shows how both Michael Proctor and the McAlberts have treated the situation the whole time, which is, all I have to do is say the right words and you're going to believe me. Because that's all they've had to do so far. And no one on their side has gotten in trouble for it. Not legally. Yet. But yeah, this just looks worse. You can see how he would have testified, and Alan Jackson would have had a field day with him.
His highly offensive text messages about Karen Reed, they rocked that first trial.
From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. C-U-N-T.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Within hours of that first trial ending, Michael Proctor was relieved of duty by the Massachusetts State Police.
Bon appetit!
He was later fired. Who are you writing to?
My good buddies that I've been friends with since first grade.
And then Bird decides to chime in.
My good buddies.
Good. No ass bitch. Right?
Yes, that's what he wrote. Ken hasn't had a homicide in about 20 years. So they're naturally interested. Just regrettable messages.
How did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you, Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking you, did you think it was funny?
Well, according to my response at the time, apparently. But in all the content and the messages, what you don't see is a conspiracy.
What do you see?
I see someone who's caught up in the moment of investigating, a fellow police officer and just saying inappropriate things.
Can you see why people called you sexist and misogynist?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could 100% understand why. It was made in jest. It's a figure of speech. Hopefully she killed herself like that, not literally.
That's a figure of speech?
Yes.
Do you use that commonly?
Yes.
He says while smiling, that is not a figure of speech whatsoever. Telling someone to kill themselves means you hope they die or are no longer in your life again, in that their life ends. There's no way. And it's just another example of we have to play stupid and just act like you weren't as rude, unprofessional, and borderline evil as you act. And you up here smiling about it now, acting like, oh yeah, we all just go around telling each other to kill themselves, especially when we actually want them to do it. Because you would literally only benefit if she did. And that's why you put her in that psychiatric hold right after you arrested her.
Not commonly, but it's a figure of speech I made in jest. It wasn't literally, I hope she kills herself.
At what point did you develop such strong negative feelings about Karen Reed that you would say things like, hopefully she kills herself, or calling her the C word?
The moment he found out whose family was involved, that's exactly when he developed these feelings, because he needed to, because he knew he had to paint her as such. So anyone who hears anything needs to know she is blank, blank, blank. She's fucked. She's terrible. She's a horrible person. There will be serious charges brought upon her. He doesn't even know her or know John. Yet within 16 hours, we are getting this much emotion. However, given our knowledge that he knows the Alberts and knew Colin ever since he was a kid.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
Now he realizes there's a dead body on one of his best friend's front lawn, or at least one of his family's good friends with other families' front lawn, and knows that anyone else has to take the fall but them. And I'm sure they told him stuff too, because he's trying to get information. Who is this? And the McAlberts are like, oh, she's this terrible person. She's this jealous person. She hated John because of this and that, and she's so rageful, and that's why she did this. So I'm sure he accepted whatever perception they painted of her from the beginning and then magnified and amplified that towards all of the police around him. And within 16 hours, she's this huge mega villain mastermind who somehow orchestrated all of this and yet also forced them to have a shitty investigation. And it's like, how do we know this? Because Colin Albert didn't even end up on anyone's report for like a year. He, especially Michael Proctor specifically, knew that boy was in that house because he knows that boy.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
And at no point did he ever correct it until he was forced to correct it. Which is also just crazy because he's saying he wasn't at the home because he left at 12:10 before anyone from the waterfall got back. I'm like, aren't the reports that people were getting back at 12:15? So you mean because someone allegedly was not in the house 5 minutes before people started arriving, that means it is okay to leave their name off of any documentation that says he was in that house that night? Make it make sense. Oh, but something I do want to call out, two little things. One, I'll give him his props of, they said, well, can you see why people think you're a misogynist? And he's like, yeah, I can see that. I'm like, at least there's some awareness. Congratulations. You have some awareness right then and there that, yes, you were extremely sexist and misogynistic towards a woman you were supposed to be unbiasedly investigating. But the thing is, he doesn't address it. He sidesteps it and says, well, I could see why people would think that. I'm like, no, you need to deny first of saying, no, this has never happened in another case. This was an isolated incident. I normally am way more professional than this. I would never talk about some that we're investigating. I mean, we know that's a lie, but if you were trying to make yourself not sound guilty, you would probably frame it in that way. Speaking of guilty and framing things inaccurately, you wanted to say that Canton hasn't had a homicide in 20 years. And I don't know if I'm really going to research and get into it, but we can talk about Sarah Birchmore for just a hot quick second, because she is another very similar case, including very similar and overlapping actors in Canton with some just effed up shit that made the whole thing look horrible. And this is going to be like a vague, quick retelling without like a super ton of clear detail. Like I said, I haven't really dived into this, but in February of 2021, almost exactly a year before John O'Keefe is found dead in the snow, Sarah Birchmore was found dead in her apartment. She allegedly was having a relationship with one of Canton's police officers, Matthew Farwell, and he had been grooming her since she was 15, and I think she was 23 at the time, and he had a wife and kids, and she got pregnant, told him he wanted her to have an abortion. She didn't want to. She wanted to keep the baby. So on February 1st, the surveillance caught Matthew sneaking into her apartment right before she died. And then on February 4th, they found her hanging and they ruled her death a suicide. So he staged the scene after he killed her, and there were 0 state charges filed. Of course, because the DA at the time was still Morrissey, who decided not to charge state charges. However, just like in the O'Keefe investigation, the FBI had to get involved, and the FBI charged him, and now he's in jail for premeditated murder because they found text messages which show that this was a planned event. And they have crossover officers. Also, it's just horrible because not only did he groom her since she was 15, Matthew Farwell and his twin brother William Farwell, also on the force, both had relationships with her. And there was a third police officer who also did as well. I don't blame her for any of this. Naturally, she was the one who was being groomed by 3 grown adult police officers with an insurmountable power dynamic. And then they killed her, and they ruled it a suicide. So Michael Proctor, who was also consulted on that case, he wasn't the lead investigator. However, Kevin Lank, who was also a witness in this trial, was. And then, lo and behold, drumroll please, another officer on the case was Kevin Albert, the guy who just happens to end up in all of these things. However, I don't think we've ever seen Kevin Albert. Like, we've seen him. I don't know if he ever testified. I don't know how he got away from testifying, but good for him. Out of all this, he looks his reputation is probably saved the most because he hadn't made all these appearances and given all these interviews, but he was a part of that case too. So you want to so confidently look in my face and say, we haven't had a homicide in 20 years, even though you know the following year you had one. So how many did you have? How many have y'all covered up systemically?
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
Which is why you're just out here texting him.
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
All willy-nilly.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months.
What kind of gym?
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
Once in a while.
I thought he said he didn't know any of the Alberts. But now we're getting to, okay, well, your sister's besties with Julie Albert, and you've worked with Kevin Albert. You're members of a gym together. You spend time together, but you don't know any of the Alberts. Does Kevin not count? So more Alberts that you know.
So it went beyond professional, right?
Because I had forgotten about Kevin.
Yeah, acquaintances. I don't consider that a relationship. It's
Well, let's look at that. In fact,
his memories
the two
are
of you
fresh.
got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning. Right?
What?
Objection.
Overruled. Bruh, did I leave my gun in your car? What the fuck?
So it's just like, yeah, this is commonplace for y'all. The reason why no one batted an eyelash is because they do this all the time. This is just how they handle investigations. Anyone can do anything. We're just going to cover it up. You don't need a chain of custody. You don't need actual verifiable facts or evidence. We're all vibes.
those feelings developed as the case went on.
I mean, can you see how people might think, he was caught in this instance speaking about a suspect in this way. Maybe it's happened in other cases as well.
I 100% understand why people would think that. But when you have, a fellow police officer around my age, 2 kids of his own,
white, male,
it generates an emotion.
What happens to those of us that are black, not a police officer, and not a man?
Okay, pause. Sir, thank you. Take your snaps. I know that's right. Like I said before, if these were the fat Alberts...
I'll get hooked my knee. Hey, Russell, you stay here.
I'm telling Mom on you.
Absolutely none of this would be happening. All 10 of them would be in jail.
And I expressed those emotions in a negative way, which I shouldn't have. I shouldn't even, been texting my friends anything.
And some of his texts were with colleagues, including 2 superiors.
At the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan,
Trooper Bukaki,
liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up.
When we first got into her phone, the number one thing I wanted to review was no nudes so far, location data, text messages.
What did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far. And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct. And when we got into the phone, I texted the guys at work, our work chain, that joke. No nude so far, guys. No evidence because it didn't happen. I spent 2 days on the stand. That was Alan Jackson's opportunity to bring that up and question me on.
Specifically asking you whether you planted evidence.
Yeah, not one question.
Yeah, because he's not going to give you a chance to lie in front of the jury. You keep forgetting, and this is what the McAlberts forgot as well. The defense does not have to prove a thing. That is not their job. Their job is to poke holes in the Commonwealth's case, and there was nothing but holes provided by you and the criminalist.
You see other holes on the back. I'll direct you to here, 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 here.
Even though all of y'all were on the defense, you weren't actually the ones on trial. So they didn't have to get into this. They didn't have to get into, let's go find Chloe the dog and do all this and do all that just to run down roads. No, they just have to create doubt.
I have doubts. Such doubts.
They're not here to solve the case. You can put 2 and 2 together. They don't have to prove it. They don't have to prove you planted evidence. All of the facts surrounding that hypothesis confirms it more than it disproves it. So it's silly to believe that their lawyers would give you a chance to BS your way out of it. No. And unfortunately for you, you can't even prove you didn't plant evidence because there was no chain of custody. Not one that wasn't corrupted.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period?
Sustained.
Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Mayor.
And he wants to say the emotions got the best of me. He's a dead cop around my age, has kids. Oh, okay. You're a police officer. Not ideally, but you are going to encounter a multitude of cases that are similar or overlapping with your own life experiences. You can't just be emotionally unhinged and off the hook and blaming this, blaming that, talking this way, forming opinions, and then taking action off of these inappropriately expressed and gathered opinions just because you're upset. And as this goes on, I'm like, did you tell anyone the truth? Because you're saying, no, I didn't actually mean for her to kill herself. That was fake. No, I wasn't actually searching for her nudes. That was fake. No, I didn't say that Brian Albert wasn't going to catch any shit because he's a Boston cop. It was because that he didn't have anything to do with it, which I figured out after 16 hours, mainly because I solely interviewed McCabe's Alberts and Carrie Roberts. So it seems like you don't tell the truth to anyone. You're giving updates to everyone, and now that we're reading you the updates you gave them, you're saying, well, that's not what I meant. What did you mean? Because to this day, you haven't settled on a story. It keeps changing as soon as you're confronted with it. Or actually, no, I'm inaccurate. It doesn't change whatsoever, regardless of the facts you present to them, trying to be like, can you make your story make sense? Nope. Then you're lying to us. Nope. Then what happened? Nope.
That the state police, multiple units within the state police, the Canton Police Department, about a dozen civilians are all in this conspiracy to frame a woman we don't know. And over the last 2.5, 3 years, not one person has said, wait a minute, I'm not going down for this.
And who are they going to tell? Y'all are the police. The district attorney is allegedly in on this. Who do they go to besides the media, besides the defense, which we see people like Sergeant Barrios and other people who witness different things? Where are they supposed to go if they want to finally tell the truth? Nowhere. And when you are the most powerful people in the town saying you stay in line and everything is going to go our way, of course they're not going to come out. I can't stand this mentality because Brian Albert did the same thing.
You do realize for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it.
Meanwhile, you have all of those people. It's just a confession. And it happens time and time again with guilty people. But no, you both bringing this up just makes you look more guilty. Correct. You're naming off every single person you had involved. The only person you didn't have involved was the medical examiner. And what happens when the medical examiner doesn't say what you want her to say? You call her a whack job, and she can't even determine if this is a homicide. Or not can't determine, will not determine it based off of the autopsy.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
Terrible.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
He's going to say it's a sarcastic remark, but where it's important is that it shows that you need to get a determination that the cause of death is homicide.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Sarcasm in relation to the death of John O'Keefe. It's a serious subject, but sarcasm.
The doctor changed her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
That's right.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That's right.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
The medical professional, the medical examiner, the doctor, their determination did not matter because my investigation, in which I barely spoke to anyone, we improperly collected evidence, we put blood in Solo cups, revealed to us that Karen Reed killed him, even though objective evidence by someone uninvolved in the case who's a medical professional couldn't even determine that the person was actually killed. My goodness, what a shame.
So yeah, it sounds like it is just common practice for y'all to do whatever you need to do to check the boxes for the outcome you have already predetermined.
Is there any part of the actual investigation that you would do over?
Because it's blowing up into this crazy so-called conspiracy, maybe I could have avoided it by, looking at other people's cars just to say we did it.
Wow, did you hear that? Maybe I should have avoided this by looking into other people's cars just to say I did it. That is what we call pretext in the law. You don't look into other people's cars just to say you did it to support your original conclusion. You look in the other cars to find evidence, you big dope.
Was that a read?
Yes, it was.
That's just insane. I'm not going to rehash everything we just went over, but after everything we've talked about, you say the only thing that you would change is you would check other people's cars just to say you did it? That's it? You only thought that you needed to check cars because you had determined that this was a car accident, even though your first impression was that he got beat up?
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Was a woman cop that beat him, ? Right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or
medical.
No? That's yes or no?
He's going to answer the question. If you want to withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had. A physical altercation leading to a death. Correct?
Correct.
There we go. That's it. That's all you wanted him to admit. Your initial thought was that he was beat up. After you saw the body at the hospital, your first thought was, man, this dude got the shit beat out of him. That is huge.
And he says, just because this blew up, meaning if this didn't blow up, he wouldn't have changed a thing. All of the actions he did that once they came to the light, his bosses had to fire him because dishonorably discharged because he brought shame to his position. So when he's over here crying, you have to do a 6-month academy to wear this uniform. You need it more than 6 months because you don't know how to do anything, apparently. You just have to have a thought and an opinion, and that is enough to try to lock someone up in prison for life and then claim to be the victim as well. And also, if you did check other people's cars, maybe you could have checked the interior and see if any one of the Ford Edges had blood in it. Maybe you could see if John O'Keefe's DNA was on any of the other vehicles. You wanted to just say, well, I could have checked the vehicles to see if we could see some cracked taillights, because the insinuation is it was so obvious there's only one person with a cracked taillight. That means this happened. Notwithstanding all the other factors that played into that night, that makes it make more sense, especially given the snowplow driver saying that he saw the Ford Edge in the middle of the night parked right in front where it wasn't there before.
You take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
How close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door.
Once you heard that, you should have checked it. I mean, it was probably too late by that point because you didn't try to investigate him and other eyewitnesses at the time, because that would have meant that it took you more than 16 hours to investigate it. You were so confident, you said, case closed, we did this. I bet y'all all in the police station like Dora the Explorer going, we did it. After doing nothing. Maybe you could have found DNA that matched some of the 2 to 3 to 5 people that were found on his body and clothing and car that are just remained unidentified to this day. Okay, we gotta go.
There's some witnesses maybe we could have interviewed a little sooner.
Nah, you solved the case in 16 hours.
But overall, myself and every detective in that office worked this case like we always do. So I wouldn't change anything.
Nothing.
No.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
I guess I have to.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
And by upset, I mean there's a moment where he texts her, she ignores him, and John like kisses her forehead. And then Brian Higgins and Brian Albert start play wrestling, and it's really weird and cringy. But then later after that, it was like 11:58, I think,
You can see him, he looks more agitated, and he's like gesturing over to where they just were and where John and Karen still were. And then when you see him, like, he's gesturing in a way that he seems like a hurt puppy. He's in his feelings, like she's ignoring him. He thought that he had a thing with her. Look at the head on the shoulders or whatever. And I slowed it down, so this isn't actually real time, this is half speed, but to try to show that this is not very much a pleasant conversation, I would say. So then why is he one of the people just a few moments after this texting John to come over?
Take a look.
That video is John and Karen kissing, and John kissing her on the head. And then we've got the, I don't think it was described as grab-assing this trial, but the grab-assing. I hope it's clearer in court too. But the freeze frame was John kissing Karen on the head, standing closer to the bar, Higgins being closer to us, with Higgins with the Harley Davidson on his sweatshirt. And the two of them, what did Trooper B call this? The rear thrusting? He is messing around with her friends. Look at me, look at me, look at me. And then John kisses her on the forehead, and then his friend is grabbing his arm. This is not a practice fight. This is attention-seeking behavior. That's as cringy as the texts. This is a better point. He's trying to get her attention. He doesn't. She's kissing John. And then his friends are like, let it go. Let it go. And then I imagine they'll get to Higgins' text. Higgins texting John, are you coming with us?
He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing?
And that's a good argument.
A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly.
That's a good argument.
3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time.
Oh, by the way, I think I might not have put the first time he said Karen Reed stopped talking to Higgins. She ghosted him. And last time, if you remember, Higgins quibbled with ghosted a little bit. Buchanan didn't. He defined what ghosted means. He said, yes, he agreed. Maybe she did ghost him. And then Buchanan says when Higgins texts Reed, well, they're in the same room, because he thought that was going to be good for him. But what does Alan Jackson do? He says, they are, aren't they? They're in the same room. Because I don't know, we've probably all done that before. Those of us who grew up with texting when we were in high school or even college, somebody's in the room, maybe you like them, you text them, see if they check the phone, see if they want to come talk, they want to go outside and hang, and they look down and they don't answer. How does that make you feel? It's like, what? That's how she's going to play me? We're in the same room? That's the vibe I got from Jackson.
So why wouldn't Michael Proctor or any of the investigators look into that whatsoever? Or at least even question him? I don't even know if they questioned him as if he were a suspect rather than, just tell us what you want to tell us because you're our buddy.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed?
He did.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right? You became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct? At 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe.
Hell yeah, our Higgy Bear can whip some ass.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask.
They were friends. They were friends.
He said, "You're kind of a loner." I responded, "No, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with." And then I typed "circle of trust" in quotes.
Some circle of trust. The second John turns his back, Higgy Bear's making out with his girlfriend.
They were friends. The motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe. They were friends. Yep.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
Which this is unreal for any investigator officer to ever say. No, he didn't have a motive because they were friends. Don't most homicides happen between people that you know? Especially in relationship love triangles. You think every time a person has murdered another person because they like their other person's spouse, they didn't do it because they were friends, that they didn't have motive because they were friends. That's exactly why they have motive, because they are friends and they both have interest in the same girl. Definition of motive. If he was attractive to some stranger's girlfriend, there's still motive there, but it's less connected because you don't even know that other person. And most of the time in those situations, they're solely focused on the object of their desire, not getting the other person out of the way, because sometimes, most of the time, they don't even know there's another person. You knew who the other person was, or Brian Higgins knew who the other person was, and was in contact with both of them. Just so messy. And then wants to act like an ATF agent who was a firefighter and also a this and also a that.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator and former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't ask
I would have
you
done
if you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Doesn't have the means to get into a fight. After you watch this surveillance video showing that he likes to at least play fight to the point where they're pushing over tables, it's just like, how dumb do you want me to believe you are? Because the bar's already low, but I don't even think you're this dumb.
Tonight at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning.
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Depends what that. I don't know what the call was about.
Sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So.
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you're unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't see his phone, correct?
Is there any part of the actual investigation that you would do over?
I wouldn't change anything.
Nothing.
No.
Wow. It is just amazing that this was the person who was the lead investigator on a case that could have sent Karen to prison for the rest of her life. Now that we know Karen is not the killer, we are pursuing all the people that had the means, motive, and opportunity. That leaves only a few people that could have committed this crime. And we are moving our cuddly Higgy Bear right to the top as the #1 suspect.
And that was the end of our Michael Proctor section, brought to you by Loophole Lawyer. Thank you again. But even that last little part of, I didn't know that those phone calls were deleted. I didn't know they had a 22-second phone call or whatever. I didn't know if they connected. I didn't know what the contents are. Yeah, that's called you didn't investigate. You learn all of these things when you investigate things. You just admitting time and time again how incompetent you are. Yet you asserting such confidence that you made the right choice that 2 juries had to say, we don't believe this. No matter what, not a single jury could convict her or would convict her of the crimes you accused her of, which was primarily second-degree murder, intentional. And kind of as an update slash kind of a transition to the next section, we know that this is just commonplace for them because of what just recently came out. Because this video has taken me so long, literally every single day new stuff comes out and I'm wading through what should I include, what shouldn't I. It's just a mess. But our favorite attorney with a walking IV Valium drip, Adam Lally, had to take the stand in one of his other cases because his office, the Commonwealth District Attorney's office, still did not turn over 6 search warrants to the defense in this other case after years. And you'll never guess who filled out the search warrants.
That was 2021. How many search warrants? You guys?
6.
6. When you asked, and he signed all 6 search warrants, is that fair to say?
That's my understanding, yes.
So,
okay.
Trooper
And
Proctor
so
did 6 warrants.
When did you ask Trooper Proctor for the search warrants?
I mean, when the case gets filed.
In July or August of 2021 when they were filed for.
Okay. And when did you get all 6 search warrants from Trooper Proctor?
I didn't get all 6 search warrants from Trooper Proctor.
What? You did not?
I did not.
Okay. So
He asked for the search warrants. There were 6 of them from Trooper Proctor in July or August of 2021. When did you get them? I didn't.
did you get 1 search warrant from him?
From him specifically, I received a portion of the affidavit for search warrant 306 and the entire affidavit for search warrant 348.
Okay. So you got portions of 2 search warrants, and you knew there were 6 search warrants. Is that right?
The affidavit's not the whole search warrant. The affidavit's only part of it. And how do you get half of an affidavit? If somebody gives me half of an affidavit, my response is going to be, what the fuck is this? How do you get half of... What does that even mean? Half of an affidavit. But there's a search warrant and an affidavit. What? For all of you in the chat saying it's a half-a-davit, 10 out of 10 law nerds, the wit never disappoints. I'm buffering. I had to back this up.
And so when do you realize that you don't have all 6 search warrants? How long into the process? Do you know right away you don't have them all?
I
or
mean,
do you not know for a long time you don't have them all?
Obviously.
I don't think I realized at that time that I didn't have them all.
How?
So I guess I'm confused about how.
You know there's 6 and you have like parts of 2. I don't even understand what you mean you don't realize it. Also, search warrants are one of those things that they're just, once they're signed and served, they're done. There's nothing else that needs to be done with them other than turned over, because one of the first types of motions that defense attorneys file in motion practice to keep cases moving along is motions regarding the search. Like it's one of the early stages before you go to trial is attacking the search warrants and attacking the search.
What are the dates of the first time you asked Trooper Proctor for the search warrant?
Specific date, I don't know.
What about the 4th time?
Again, I don't know how many times and I don't know specific dates.
So I guess my question
Where are
is,
the
how
notes?
does your system work if you're not getting the discovery that you're asking
He
a
doesn't have a
police
system.
officer for, and you're asked for it, let's just say 5 times?
Counsel, you keep calling it a system. I have a feeling it's on vibes and I haven't gotten yelled at about it yet, and the court hasn't ordered me to turn them over and screamed at me, so they're not getting turned over. This is wild.
What do? Do you go to the office and you sit down and say, give me these search warrants, I have to turn them over?
Yes.
You did.
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
You go to Super Proctor and say, give me the search warrants because I have to turn them over.
Yes.
When did you do that?
Sometime prior to the defendant's arraignment in December of 21.
Wait. You started asking for search warrants in, I made a note, July or August of 2021, which means that's probably closer in time to when the murder happened. And then the arraignment after the grand jury happened in December of 2021. Are you telling me that you didn't read the search warrants before you went to grand jury? Because when you file a case or grand jury a case or prelim a case, you have to review if there's any serious issues with the warrant, because if there's serious issues with the warrant, you have to then make the decision about whether you bring the case or not. What? How do you file a case without reviewing the warrants? Because if the warrants are fucked, you don't have a case.
He says you'll get the search warrants, I'll send them to you. Did he have them? Did he have copies of the search warrants? He just wasn't giving them to you?
That I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
So it seemingly never ends. And you hear how apathetic Lally is to the whole thing. No, I don't have it. I get it. It was 6 search warrants and this was in 2021 and it's 2025 and you still don't have them and we've been just stalling. Like Emily said, if you don't have, if something's wrong with the search warrants, then you don't have a case. But it seems this is just commonplace. Not a care in the world. Years and years go by and he doesn't submit 6 search warrants. The easiest thing ever. Go find them. It's 6 pieces of paper. Give it 10, 15 minutes and give me the damn search warrants. But you can't because it's all shoddy work. You even see it in this case. Why? Because he's saying he seized the vehicle at 5:30 when we know it was 4:12. Then everyone admits, yes, this was incorrect, but I used a template and then it just happened to get on every single search warrant after that.
Search warrants, I use that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one, and that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time.
Yes.
It's not a typo.
So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3.
At this point, the jury's like, oh, okay, so you just what can we trust? Because it's not just one thing. It is so many things that just keep adding up.
Doesn't see an issue with it. It truly is insulting and shows that most of those officers are not worthy of the badge they hold.
Yeah, double homicide.
Bitch.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, and for this final section, I want to talk about, since we just talked about Michael Proctor and Adam Lally's shortcomings, it's a good transition into the lawyer's response. So Hank Brennan decided to come out of nowhere and just release a statement after the trial. No one asked for this. It's not expected, and it's very much against protocol for prosecutors to come out with statements. He's a defense attorney, so he's just used to that. And yeah, defense attorneys do come out after statements because they're not held to that same standard, and they are just advocates for their clients. You are not an advocate for the prosecution. You were the prosecutor. You should have accepted the verdict and upheld the integrity of the jury. I mean, Michael Morrissey, I really don't like him, but he at least said the jury has spoken. He didn't undermine it, unlike Brennan's statement. And then afterwards, we will cover Alan Jackson's response. Very fiery, snappy response. Alan Jackson, I love him. He is the most petty lawyer I've ever seen. He says, you go low, I will go lower. Try me. And it's not that he's going lower, it's that he's not going to take this high road. He will beat you into submission and expose your faults in the process. So I'm just going to read through both of them. I'm not going to stop in between, and then I'll give my thoughts afterwards.
I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we cannot achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently assess the case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspects or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. Okay. The campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, funded, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system, affecting both victims and criminally accused. We cannot condone witness abuse, causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families. It is my hope that the verdict, the witnesses, and their families will be left alone. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in this Commonwealth. My heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and faith that over the coming years they will find peace and closure. Hank Brennan. Excuse you, who the F are you to try to sit on this moral high horse when you're here slinging mud doing slimy underhanded tactics? Do you see this hole, this hole, this hole? Well, it appears I've made some mistakes in my brief review of the evidence. I may have made some mistakes.
I'll direct you to here. Do you see more than one hole in the back of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Yes.
In my brief review of the lab paperwork and looking at the hoodie, it appears that I made a mistake. And so I think what should happen.
So now you thoroughly reviewed the evidence? Right, I'm sure you did. And it led to only one person? Are all of y'all just stupid or dumb? You have to choose at a certain point. Because you have 10 people in the house. You have all these people connected. Everyone is connected by a million different threads. And y'all act like y'all don't see them. And you're mad at us for seeing them and saying, hey, why didn't you do anything about it? Why are you harassing witnesses? Why are all of y'all coming out to defend them? I've never seen this before. I've never seen so many people who are not the family come out to defend random witnesses. We know they're not random because of their close personal ties that give them very special treatment than everyone else. But in theory, these are supposed to be standard random witnesses who were just witnesses to the crime at hand. But no, you are defending them at all costs. Y'all have staked all of your reputation and careers on trying to defend this family. And you expect us not to see anything wrong with that. Hold this same energy for everyone. Where's this energy for the Sarah Birchmore case? Where's this same energy for every single case where y'all have brushed it under the rug and have very inconclusive evidence and are just fine with it? If you don't want people to be upset, do a thorough investigation. Follow the oaths you take and don't take cases to trial in bad faith. None of this would have happened if you didn't retry her. But you did, and you cashed in what? We found out how much Hank Brennan was paid. Hank Brennan was paid over $500,000 to try this case.
The DA's office hired Hank Brennan to prosecute this case after the first trial ended in a hung jury. We have the contract here. Brennan was paid $250 an hour, and with all the lawyering in this case from both sides, that added up quickly. The documents we received cover 7 date ranges from September of last year through the day the verdict came down last month. Brennan's law firm submitted more than 2,200 hours. The price tag, more than $500,000. $566,000 is the total. Those hours covered meetings, discovery, phone conferences, trial and witness prep, and of course all the hours of the trial and jury deliberations. So Brennan's bill exceeds the yearly salary of Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey. State payroll records show he earned $205,000 in 2024. DA Morrissey has yet to publicly reveal why he brought in someone from the outside instead of using one of his assistant DAs. We'll continue to add all the costs from the retrial as the numbers come in.
Yet wants us to believe all of his review of the evidence only pointed in one direction. No, they paid you $500,000 because they needed you to convict her no matter what, and you tried your darndest. You really did. But you had a terrible case with terrible facts, terrible witnesses, and no actual evidence for what you claimed. All of your evidence was vibes and word of mouth. Well, that wasn't actually your evidence. That's just how you interpreted it. You ignored the actual evidence. This campaign of intimidation that has been waged and funded, yeah, talking about funded, you're $250 an hour, charging over 2,000 hours for this case. Okay. This is the antithesis of justice. This whole case was the antithesis of justice because you showed us the lengths you all will go to protect your own. What did Brian Higgins say? That circle of trust that apparently all of y'all abide by. You are okay with breaking so many laws and rules if it's for your friends. But when it comes to actually seeking justice for John O'Keefe, you couldn't care less. You saw that check, you saw that evidence, and you ignored the truth. You ignored reality, and you said, I'm going to cash this in, I'm going to get out, and for some reason, before I leave, let me drop this statement as though my word means anything now. If anything, you just stoked and enhanced the hate they're going to receive because no one trusts your word either. Why? Because you were slimy throughout these proceedings. You lied again and again and again. And if you had any other judge but Judge Bev, you would have gotten torn to shreds. And you had my respect at the beginning. I recognized your skill. I thought that you sounded really good. You said all the right words up front. I'm guessing then they cranked that heat up and your attitude had to change. Because you started things and things were going the right direction, then you started to do the same underhanded tactics that the DA's office has been employing beforehand, and now we're back where we started. And this statement basically sounds like what DA Morrissey wanted to say but can't say, because I'm sure he got chewed out for the last time he made the statement defending Colin Albert.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative.
See how both those statements sound eerily similar? At least at the core of their intention, which is to defend specifically the Commonwealth's witnesses. They're not talking about the backlash that the defense's witnesses have received. I don't know if Sergeant Barrios has received any flack. I hope not. I hope the other cops understand that he was actually supporting real cops, the one that was murdered, not the ones that are just popular. But nope, this is solely to protect their witnesses. You want me to believe that you've never had cases where other witnesses were intimidated or harmed or even murdered to prevent them from testifying, which unfortunately is way more common than it should ever be. However, this is the biggest injustice that you've ever seen that requires you to break all protocol and make this statement because this is something that's never happened before. To my understanding, none of those people have been harmed, nor should they. But there's a difference. It's just crazy to me, but Alan Jackson did not find this statement cute and had some words of his own. So let's get into that. The jury has spoken, but Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, in an egregious breach of prosecutorial ethics, has tried to publicly shame and discredit that very jury. For him to attempt to supplement his personal views for that of the jury
is a desperate attempt to save face in the wake of a unanimous rejection of the prosecution's case. The rules of professional conduct are clear. A prosecutor should support the legitimacy of the justice system and promote public confidence in its operations. Openly attacking a jury's verdict because he disagrees with it undermines that centuries-old edict. Mr. Brennan claims that his investigation was thorough. If that were true, the Commonwealth would have uncovered what we, the defense, uncovered: hidden exculpatory evidence, lies, and perjury by the Commonwealth's own witnesses, cops covering for other cops, a biased and corrupt lead investigator with personal ties to witnesses, and inculpatory and suspicious conduct by myriad witnesses. The only job of an ethical prosecutor is to seek the truth in a just and fair manner. The Commonwealth fell widely short of that responsibility. Theirs was not an effort to find justice for John O'Keefe. Rather, it was a personal vendetta against Karen Reed by DA Michael Morrissey and his hand-picked prosecutors, and it cost the people of Norfolk County millions. The fact is, Karen Reed is factually innocent, and this case never should have gone to trial in the first place. This case is a stark reminder that there has been a complete breakdown in what is supposed to be our justice system. Those in power are more interested in protecting themselves than the citizens that they are sworn to protect. The Commonwealth's defamatory public comments ring hollow to the very constituents they are supposed to serve. It is now crystal clear that disgraced DA Michael Morrissey has no interest in actually seeking justice for John O'Keefe by identifying and prosecuting the real killer or killers. The Commonwealth would rather simply condemn the jury and its fair and lawful verdict. We are thankful for the jury's commitment to truth and that they found their way to a just verdict. But make no mistake, if DA Michael Morrissey had it his way, the truth never would have come out in this case. It would have been lost somewhere in private and deleted conversations that would never have seen the light of day. Corruption like this doesn't happen in isolation. How many innocent people have been railroaded because of failures in our justice system? We, as citizens, must demand more from our institutions. And that is how you clear a bitch, okay? Because he's exactly right. And I think he did a great job completely breaking down all of the inappropriate behaviors. Here is one thing I do want to highlight from this, is that he addresses Brennan, but then addresses who I also thought was actually behind this statement, which is DA Michael Morrissey. He only says Brennan up top, you shouldn't be making a statement, but he knows who actually made that statement because it sounds the exact same. Disgraced DA Michael Morrissey has no interest in ever seeking justice for John O'Keefe. He had more interest in coming out defending Colin Albert and now coming out defending the other witnesses than ever truly investigating and finding the killers of John O'Keefe. Because at a certain point, even if you didn't physically kill him, with all the stuff that they did to cover it up, misdirect, and completely mutate and contaminate this case to where it can never successfully be tried, you might as well be an accessory to murder. So when people keep calling you all killers and supporter of killers, the translation to all of this is, we want you to tell the truth. We know that 90% of y'all did not actually kill John O'Keefe, but you are protecting the 2% of the people I think were directly involved. And your participation in that makes you just as guilty as they are. And I think that is going to be it for this video. We rounded up a lot today. Man, this took way longer than I thought it ever would. I'm glad we pushed through. We got through some jurors. We got through the McAlberts.
I know, Linda, I know, but we're not allowed to call them killers online. That's rude. Oh, and real quick, thank you, Linda, for reminding me about this. It's just going to be like real quick. But do y'all remember Officer Dever, our false memory icon who just creates fake things, tells the FBI one thing, then gets on the stand and says another thing?
You want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind in the Sally Port while you were on that show?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie.
Well, in her whole kerfuffle, she was questioned and was asked about going to meet the commissioner before testifying, and the commissioners told her that they support her no matter what and to do the right thing. So she gets up there and she lies her ass off, and now everyone's upset with her.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sally Port together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
But just to show you how these people operate, he told her before she got here, we support you no matter what you have to say on the stand. Right after the trial, that commissioner left her high and dry. He acted like he didn't even know her. He said, we never had a conversation. I didn't even know about the Karen Reed trial. I never even said anything about the Karen. Are you kidding me?
Your name came up during the recent Karen Reed trial. You got a visit from Officer Kelly Dever. The defense implied that you influenced her testimony. Do you want to respond to that?
I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. Matter of fact, I didn't even know this person was associated with the Karen Reed case. You know, I have an organization full of over 3,000 people, and we support all our folks. And the reality is that, I get information passed on, whether people are high or low, and I encourage everyone, right? And if you're going to work here and you belong here, then we're going to encourage you. I have no idea what they're talking about with Karen Reed. It had nothing to do with Karen Reed. No discussion about Karen.
Did you tell Officer Dever to do the right thing?
I didn't know she was even associated with that case. So, I don't know. I was struck. Like, what do I have to do with the Karen Reed case? I never have said those words together. And so the fact is, it's much to do about nothing. We have employees here that we have to develop and encourage and do things, and I do that for tons of our employees.
Do you feel that you were inappropriately drawn into this as some sort of boogeyman?
That case is over, and we've got a lot of other stuff to talk about. I have nothing to do with Karen Reed. I was in the state of Michigan.
And then has the audacity to be like, we support thousands or hundreds and hundreds of Boston police officers, and I care for all. John O'Keefe is a Boston police officer. What are you talking about? How are you acting like you didn't know about this case when one of your officers were murdered by another one of your officers? Okay, but we're just supposed to believe that. And I was in the state of Michigan. Now I get why everyone's excuses sound almost comical, because this is their leader. Top down, you don't need an explanation. You just need to say words. I was in the state of Michigan for a year? What are you talking about? But honestly, this is exactly what all y'all get. She was more of a third party, just like Sergeant Barrios, as in they were distanced by the time they were testifying. Sergeant Barrios ended with a great reputation, did the right thing, everyone's happy with him. She could have done the exact same thing because the information she gave was great about seeing Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port of the garage for an awfully long time with the SUV. If she had just gotten on the stand and said that, she would be a hero as well. But no, she got on there, she lied, she said there's no way I could have seen it, it's a false memory.
It's not possible I saw
If
that.
you agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
Yes, that's what she said.
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said.
Ma'am, that's what you just said.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
I wrote it down. You just said.
I wrote it down too.
My entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand. Correct?
Yes to that question.
That's all I have.
And now you have a false job. So enjoy what you brought upon yourself. Anyway. And we got to see Michael Proctor's Comedy Central stand-up routine, because that's the only way I can describe that. And heard from some of the lawyers. So we got a good, well-rounded perspective of the reactions after this verdict. This was a long time coming, years in the making, pretty much hundreds of lives, millions across the world, invested in this outcome and finding justice, or at least what little justice can be found in this situation. And not convicting an innocent woman is a nice place to start. I echo the same opinions that most of the jurors have. I hope the FBI reopens this investigation, but after what we hear with the Epstein files, I don't think the FBI is going to be doing much of investigating anything anytime soon. So we will have to wait and see. There's still more I want to look into this case and explore now that things have settled. And there still is Turtle Boy's case that's upcoming. I'm not really going to cover that, I don't think, unless something major happens. But there might be some updates in that case that, you know, may be worthy of covering in the whole Karen Read cinematic universe. So if you made it this far in the video, I want to thank you. And if you enjoyed this video, remember to like, comment, subscribe, dislike if you're feeling it. Until next time.